Let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mansion in the South Gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleece. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine.
哎，Ray，你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
APT 季收岛2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has 86 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29th.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
Go. I'm all in. This is class. I have a class. Yes. 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT Poker。I have a class.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost 4 million US dollars. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, super superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cents, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park, a bunch of restaurants for when you get hungry from being at the water park and the theme park, all these shops with these amazing brands that everybody knows and loves. And if you leave the property, there's half a dozen golf courses, a bunch of local villages where you can learn all about Korean culture. There's a bunch of waterfalls, some beautiful sunrise and sunset views. There's a bunch of UNESCO World Heritage sites that you can go to. And I'm reliably informed there's mermaids. I'd tell you what all those were in Korean, but everybody here was making fun of my Korean. So you're gonna have to read about it in Ben's Ultimate Guide to APT Jeju 2024. Right, enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here. And quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badoogie to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you. Trademark pending.
皆さんこんにちは。日本で活動しているクルスうさこです。こんにちは。次回の APT はチェジュで開催されます。 APT がチェジュで開催されるのは今回が初めてなので、ぜひ皆さんに遊びに来てほしいです。
チェジュで会いましょ
チェジュでお会いしましょう。
チェジュで会いましょう。
はい、APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。一緒に交換しましょう。
チェジュに行きましょう。
チェジュで待ってます。
皆さん APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。僕と APT チェジュで握手。
4月26日から5月5日まで開催されます。詳しくは apt.poker をチェックしてください。待ってます。
The APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。
这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，开运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中拿到了参赛名额，他们这个比赛会更加认真，所以我也是还蛮看好外卡玩家的。
I feel like so best being picked as wild card. I play a lot online poker on natural age. My favorite emoji was air keys. I just click the emoji like way more often than average players.
每把都有3 bet， 说是入池率最高的，掉的最快。上来这个 Planetary 一把牌就掉了入池。
I played total like less than 2 minutes probably. I mean, I have jacks, small blind against them. They got 3 bet, went with it, and he had kings. It's quite a fun format because you don't normally get to play like winner takes all 10 goals anymore, and I just think it gives the wildcard also a very good experience to play with different types of players.
I've watched APT grow from the old APT to the new era, and an event run by poker players is like the best ever for a poker tournament.
That's a snap call.
Danny holds here. That is it. 86% to win the trophy. 17,000 USD. Wow, that does it.
Congratulations to Danny Tang of Hong Kong winning the APT All-Star Showdown. How do you feel right now?
Good, yeah. My first APT trophy ever since the new era.
We have a Thai, we have a couple of Taiwan, Japanese. So it's like Asian, some of the best from Asia, right? And it's good to have heads up Hong Kong flags, you know. I'm always proud of playing from Hong Kong, being from Hong Kong, and it's a fun format for sure. I think any time, any trophies, it means something, you know, and it's just good to win. I don't have one in my shelf, so it's good to have one now.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. Our featured event, the main event, it has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. Right. Enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here. And quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badugi to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So, come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you.
Hey Ray， 你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
APT 季收打2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has AP6 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands.
Good evening and welcome to the Mazaalai Cup Champions Final Table, coming to you live here from the Asian Poker Tour in Jeju, South Korea. My name is Vidar Singhal, and once again welcome to a very, very special event. There's a first time for everything, and this is the first time that Mongolia is putting itself on the APT map here. 9 players from Mongolia are playing this incredible event, a free roll leading to this final table with almost 100 million in the local currency. That's the Mongolian Togrog, I believe. That's about the equivalent of $30,000 USD in prizes, including main event tickets, of course, cash prizes, Sunday Super Stack tickets, Mystery Bounty Hunter tickets, and so on. It's going to be a very special event. It's going to be a hard-fought battle as well, with so much up for grabs, and of course an APT trophy, making it all the more special as we kick off what has been an incredible festival already here at APT Jeju. You see the trophies in front of you, that's up for grabs. You see the beautiful landing casino where the action is happening, as we will take you across this special event. Once again, this is the Mazaalai free roll. Mazaalai, by the way, the national animal of Mongolia, the Gobi bear. That was a fun Google earlier today. So keep a lookout for Mongolia in the Asian Poker Tour. We are about to kick off the table. Of course, you see the streaming schedule. We are here at day 2 of this 10-day festival, bringing to you the Mazaalai Cup. Tomorrow onwards, the Super High Roller final day will stream. Day 1 of the event is happening right now. That's a $25,000 buy-in in USD. I was looking at the KRW numbers. That's 500 million guaranteed for the event. Of course, we have our Natural 8 tables coming to you after that. Natural 8 Taiwan up first. Then we do have the Superstar Challenge, the Natural 8 Hong Kong event also later on. The APT Thailand exclusive final table. Of course, the fun event, the Natural 8 Influencer Invitational, before we kick off main event coverage. As we go to you live, Greg goes all in introducing the players.
Hello and welcome to the Mazaalai Cup Finals here at APT Jeju at Shinhwa Resort. This is a very exciting event. It is a Mongolian exclusive event, and these players have qualified online on Club GG, played down to the final table, which will be taking place live right behind me. Let's go ahead and meet our players. In seat number 1, 3.2 million in chips. It is, seat 9, 1.1 million chips. It is Bil Kong. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for repping the APT patch. We love to see it. Now, folks, in seat number 8, coming in as our chip leader, 4.5 million in chips. Please give it up for Dashka. Repping the jersey, repping. So much love and camaraderie with the Mongolians. We love to see that. Folks, in seat number 6, 2.8 million in chips. Give it up for Atom Bayu. Welcome, welcome. Love the sleeve, love the hat. Rocking the APT patch again. Thanks for supporting us. We support you back. In seat number 5, coming in with 2.1 million chips. He goes by Grizzly. He looks like one too. Give it up for Ota! In seat number 4, coming in with a whopping 5.9 million in chips, our chip leader, it's Dear Me. I love that shirt. Looks so good. I want one. Where can I get it? In seat number 3, 1.3 million in chips. Give it up for Baida! Also repping the Mongolian flag. We love to see the patriotism and the representation here at APT Jeju. Also rocking the APT patch. And folks, coming in seat 2, 1.8 million in chips. It is Dogi! What a big, bright smile. Welcome. He's going to do a lap. He's in seat 2, but he's going to take a lap, say hi to everybody, say hi to all his friends. Love to see it. And folks, last but not least, coming in with 3.2 million in chips with a big, bright smile. Give it up for Muktava! Your final table for the Mazaalai Final Cup champion. All right, folks, that's it for me and this final table. I'm throwing it back to Blufflo Sam and Vitter Single in the commentary booth. Take it away, boys.
The 9 Mongolian final tablists, and of course our APT dealer. They always try to wear traditional outfits from the country being represented. In this case, it would be Mongolia, and of course, for other events, we are here at the beautiful Jeju Island in South Korea. So the dealer's wearing, I believe, the hanbok, which would be a traditional Korean garment. Players seem to know each other, understandable. They've traveled all the way, and by the way, I should mention the flight ticket and hotels also part of the prize pool here. Almost $30,000 being given away in this effective free roll, but a lot up for grabs here. The main event ticket goes only to the first place finisher. After that, we have the Sunday Super Stack ticket for finisher number 2. Third gets you the Mystery Bounty Hunter ticket. That's the event tomorrow. After that, we get mini main event tickets. Not a bad deal at all, not to mention almost $3,500 to the first place finisher, going all the way down to what I believe would be approximately $500. We'll get back to you on the USD conversions. That's 100 million Togrog in the prize pool, in the local currency. So very soon the graphics will be up. You will see pretty long Mongolian names, but the players have been kind enough to tell us how to pronounce them or their nicknames. You did see Greg do an amazing job. We'll try and do the same and keep you posted as we try and see who gets the button. The first bit of luck has been decided. Seat number 5, Ota, with 2.1 million chips, will be the button. And hello to all our viewers, by the way. Of course, YouTube chat, as always, welcome, welcome. But also Facebook chat. Facebook pretty big in Mongolia. Look forward to hearing from you guys. Certainly looking forward to learning more about the Mongolian style of play, perhaps. A small country in terms of population, Mongolia. Would be amazing to have more of a presence here at not just this stop of the APT, but future ones, of course. Okay, time for some first observations. Everybody dressed a bit differently. Nothing too out of line. There's no Elky of this group. Let's take a look at the chip stacks, by the way. 2 effective chip leaders, 5.9 million in chips for seat 4. Goes by dear me. And 4.5 million for seat 8. That'd be Dashka. All the way down to the lowest stack, which would be seat 9, 1.1 million for Biil. So wide distribution with a lot to play for. As we do welcome my co-host and co-commentator, Mr. Sam and Soul. Welcome, Sam.
Hello, folks. How are we doing today? How are you doing, Vidir?
Very good. Excited to see what this Mongolian contingent has to offer. And you know what's always fun about these events, Sam? Not only watching this final table, but also maybe tracking these players' journey across some other APT events, in particular the main event. We have seen previous such contestants go really deep. I'm even thinking back to maybe it was Incheon where we did have the Hong Kong final tablists actually end up in 3rd place. And look at this. Once again, Sam, hand number 1 is getting exciting. We had Kings versus Jacks yesterday. And now the second in chips, Doshka opens with Jacks. Gets a call from the 7-6 suited. And what do you know, seat number 3 goes by Baida, wakes up with aces. Couldn't be a better time for it. Very obvious 3-bet. Very different situation from yesterday. It was a winner-take-all, and we saw Punat Punsri 4-bet jam his pocket jacks. How does Dashka respond to the 3-bet?
You know, on sub 20 big blinds, I think you just put it in there.
It's the very first hand, though. You have to wonder what your opponent is 3-betting. Effectively committing himself, perhaps not truly committing himself, but has put in 20% of his chips, has 3-bet and under the gun open. I hesitated from asking this question yesterday because the dynamic was completely different. Punat Punsri, of course, was playing a winner-take-all.
Oh, and there it is. He does commit with pocket jacks here. Yes, he's going to make sure he has pocket aces. And there's the call. There's the call. What a wild first hand to kick us off. Baida looking good to double up here. Put him in middle of the pack. Nice safe flop there for him. Nice clean turn. Just has to dodge a jack now. Oh, no way. Wow. And he spikes the 2 outer to double up. And Baida eliminated on the very first hand with pocket aces.
That is brutal. Understandable commiserations by the fellow countrymen, and credit to him, he's taking it in stride. Fist bumps all around. First hand elimination once again, and this time it's the best hand that gets knocked out. Man, this is a bit of an omen for some of these tables here at the APT.
Tell me, Vidir, do you think this is going to be a running trend for our next 9 days of coverage?
I wanted to say I hope not, but, well, you know, sometimes Spain makes for some entertaining live streams, so it's tough to say. He does walk away with, of course, the minimum prize we had at this final table, 500 USD, but also a micro main ticket. So we look forward to him redeeming himself at the micro main event. And hey, $500, I've been talking about many APT events, does get you 3 to 4 entries at some of our lower buy-in events.
Absolutely. That is a few bullets at one of our hyper super turbos, which I've been told are actually quite a bit of fun.
I think the event you're referring to, Sam, is the Super Hold'em Super Hyper Turbo.
That's the one.
Let's get our madness precisely correct, please. And then there were 8. And a new chip leader has emerged, I can assume. Started off with 4.5 million. Yep, scooped up maybe $1.5 million there. Seat number 1, Muktava. One of those rare instances where the graphics should match how I say his name as per his guidance. Getting frisky. Was third in chips to begin the table. This is hand number 2. Under the gun +1. And the 3 deuce is being opened. But it was suited.
This is a bold play. We've seen the likes of this yesterday with Joe Agita making some pretty loose opens under the gun. Let's see how this works out for Muktava. I think we've got an easy defend here from seat number 8, Dashka.
The new chip leader.
He has some chips to spare.
Bear with us. I believe we had a very minor glitch in the graphics, and here we go. We are back. Jack 10 off. Easy defense. Facing the 50 big blind stack. So Sam, how fortunate are we that the players were nice enough to tell us how to best pronounce their names? Dashka, as you mentioned, Muktava, facing off. We will get the chance to introduce you to some more. Imagine if we had to say them.
I'd say I would struggle quite a bit, and both players catching a little piece of the flop here. We have a bottom pair here from Muktava, and a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw for Dashka here in the big blind.
It's a flip.
It is. Muktava has a really nice hand to barrel off here, though, if diamonds brick.
You can certainly range bet on the ace queen deuce board.
Very easily.
Under the gun rather, +1 open.
Indeed, we do see a 1/3 bet here.
Well, Dashka just picked up new chips. He has 100 bigs. Only needs to put in a big and a half or so, maybe closer to 2. Do not see him going anywhere just yet.
And that jack is going to bring Dashka into the lead, picking up 3rd pair here.
Oh, Muktava's not backing off.
I like this play. You know, if diamonds do brick, he is going to run out of bluffs on the river, so it does make a little bit of sense to keep barreling with bottom pair. He's blocking ace deuce, queen deuce suited. And most of the very strong hands, Dashka would be re-raising, even though it is big blind versus under the gun on this board.
Yeah, good unblocking as well. Doesn't have diamonds. Can actually consider tripling off here in case he does get the call from Dashka, which seems likely. Now that Dashka has got the jack, does have the backdoor straight draw coming in to the nut straight. Wow, discipline from the big stack, and Muktava gets one through. I hope he has some fans in the chat. Let's go. So as I mentioned, we are live on YouTube and Facebook. Let us know if you know any of these players. Let us know some fun stories. Try not to make them up. A common problem here at the APT. And of course, we'd love to hear who you're supporting. Looking on Facebook for the moment. Almost 750 of you watching. Incredible scenes. Still struggling with some of the comments. Facebook nice enough to translate some of them.
Oh, Muktava picking up ace-king off here under the gun. A much stronger hand than the 3 deuce suited we saw open up last hand.
Oh, we have some fans for seat number 7. Tengiz goes by Kings, apparently. Daft Punky in chat saying, cook them, Tengiz. Let's go. All right. Appreciate the English comments.
Very nice Queen Jack suited here, and I believe his name is pronounced Ota in seat 5. Also known as the Grizzly. I believe he is a wrestler, is what he said. May have been lost in translation. And here we go in seat 9, Beal Kong picking up pocket 6s. Quite a few strong hands here.
Well, wait just a second. Are we just breezing past the fact that he's a wrestler, potentially?
I mean, do you think he'd win in a wrestling match?
No.
No. He's taken off half the table.
The Grizzly. What a great name. Jack 9-3 on the board. The Queen Jack suited has flopped best by miles. Difficult decision for Muktava. Decides to check. Multi-way is not going to start repping over pairs as one might be tempted to do there. And Ota. Fair play. Top pair.
Yeah, very easy bet here, 3 ways. Definitely want to deny some equity. Your hand is also incredibly strong here. So you have disciplined lay down from the pocket 6s. 1 player left to act. I think it's the right play. Muktava not going anywhere here with the ace high. So this 7 of hearts on the turn doesn't change too much. 10-8 sort of gets there, but other than that, not a whole lot. We're seeing quite a quick bet here from Ota. Didn't think about it too long.
Almost 1,000 of you on Facebook chat. Thank you so much for joining us at this exciting new event on the APT schedule, the Mazaalai Cup of Champions. We'd love it if you could drop us a like or a subscribe so you can keep up with future events.
A very small bet here. It's almost as if he knows his opponent has ace high. This is a tough one here for Muktava, facing a less than quarter pot bet here. And looks like he's just sized this perfect hand he would like to.
It's interesting. At this point, he needs to be putting his opponent on exactly Queen 10, maybe King Queen off, King Queen suited, although he does block with the King. It's ambitious, but as you said, the bet was very small, and credit to Ota getting 2 streets of value. Perfect sizing, it seems like. As they used to say in poker, if you can play as though you know your opponent's cards, that might be the best way you could have played the hand. Seems like that has been the case so far. River Jack. Ota knows he has the best hand by miles and has made a big bet. $400,000 into the pot, which was $1 million. Pardon us in case you heard that slight pitch. A time bank being used, which means Muktava gets an extra minute to make his decision. Hand number 3 getting spicy here. He's clearly actually considering making the call.
I think this is a tough one to make. The only draw that really bricked here is Queen 10. I mean, you know, the backdoor flush got there, 10-8 got there. If he's bluffing with a 3, you're still... I think the ace-king, you know, it's only 40%, but I think it's got to go. And there we go indeed. Muktava making the laydown.
Well, Sam, we were talking about live tells yesterday. We were talking about strong is weak, weak is strong. What did you make of that smile from Ota right at his opponent? Bit too confident for my liking, but certainly does not need to imply that he had a strong hand. I'm more of a stare at the table kind of guy in these scenarios.
I am as well. Unless it's a home game. Then I will give a smile.
Oh, yeah. In the home game, I show a card.
I'm a big fan of that.
Actually, he could have shown a queen, which would have been an excellent card to show.
That would have made things very interesting.
The old Jamie Gold, they call it.
Have you ever shown a card and made it work?
I don't think so. I always feel like I'm leveling myself. Just cannot go good for me. I did once see a player, let me recount this correctly. I think he showed a card, pretended he'd showed it by mistake. The floor ruled against him. He looked upset. And then turns out it had all been strategic. I mean, it was almost gross. Like, I know the game is about bluffing, but lying straight up to that level and also acting well.
That's a little bit of an angle. I'm not a big fan of that one.
Definitely was an angle. But, I mean, at the same time, I was like, man, respect for your acting skills. So only 3 hands in. We've had some action. Aces versus jacks to kick it off. Moment of truth. Does Dashka want to be the table captain? Not at the moment. He had 96 bigs, queen deuce off on the button. Definitely could have merited a raise, but
yeah, but now Beal Kong is going to hop on that opportunity. And are we going to see a limp or a raise here?
just 13 bigs. We do have the ante in play. Honestly, all options were on the table. You could take the very aggressive high variance approach and jam it in. Turns out Muktava might have called it off with the ace-7 suited. Goes with the limp, leaves himself all kinds of options depending on what his opponent decides to do.
If you're Muktava, I think, what do you think? You just ship it in here? 13 bigs, small blind versus big blind?
I think with an ante, it's pretty close to being theoretically correct. For instance, I know 10-8 suited would certainly be a jam. I like making theoretically correct decisions, but it's hand number 4. I like soaking up some TV time as well, and of course giving myself the best chance to win the tournament. For that, you need to stay alive. And there we go. Makes effectively the right decision. Beal Kong, he goes by.
It's going to show the ace of diamonds.
Very nice.
I like it.
Clear short stack. There we have it. Co-chip leaders in the form of Dashka and someone we're yet to precisely hear from. Dear Me, he goes by. That's the name up top. Of course, we saw Beal, the shortest stack, right at the bottom of the leaderboard there. 13 bigs for him. Should be a fun one. We're very deep. Average bigs above 30, I believe. Ace Queen for seat 7. Tengiz or Kings, he goes by.
Wow, some very strong hands here. Ace 10, ace queen, ace king. Muktava in a very nice spot here in the small blind.
Over 1,000 of you on Facebook coming in at a good time. 5 hands in, the action has been non-stop. Wonder what that says for the rest of this final table. Yes, the card distribution, but also the way these players are going at it. Fighting for every pot. For those main event tickets. Big moment here. Beal has just flatted with the ace-10 off. Muktava makes the relatively easy jam with the ace-king off. Not afraid of the hijack open with 30 bigs.
This is quite a large shove, isn't it? Isn't this 50 big blinds? Just over.
Yeah, 30 bigs effective in the stack of seat 7. Kings.
Yes. Yeah.
We do appreciate the comments in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. Keep them coming. Learning a lot. Somebody mentioning how actually poker is a bit gray area in terms of Mongolia when it comes to being able to play in venues such as this. So maybe some poker knowledge is a bit shaky for some of these players.
Wow, a very nice fold from ace-queen.
Well, you wouldn't think it with these world-class folds. Beal did not 3-bet jam, and I suspect it's so that he can make folds like this. Well done to all the players. Well played.
Yeah, 2 very nice folds.
Bold in chat saying, are there any players who are having good luck with pocket jacks? Do you know them? No, sir, we do not. And we understand your pain.
Tell me, Vitor, do you like pocket jacks? Are you excited to see them when you're dealt them?
Yes, I am, because it's the 4th best hand in No Limit Hold'em.
It is the 4th best hand, but boy, is it trouble.
And yet, it is trouble.
Where do you think ace-king ranks in there, in terms of best hands?
Well, wait just a second, because you seem to have manifested
Wow.
pocket jacks. Ota, seat 5. Under the gun, 33 bigs, easy open. Only question is the sizing. We have been seeing just over 2 bigs. Blinds have gone up, by the way, I should mention. 40,000, 80,000. 80,000 is the ante. Would suspect a 200K. We've been seeing 125 so far. Okay, there we go. I can predict some random things correctly, it turns out. Seat 6. I don't think we've had him in a hand yet. Again, there's only been 5 or 6 hands, not even a full orbit, so we certainly don't blame him. Goes by Atum Bayu. And seat number 2, also haven't had in a hand. Perhaps the most intimidating name in my poker commentating career. Mercifully, let us know that he goes by Toji, I believe?
Toji, that is correct. We see an easy defend here from Dear Me in seat 4 with a 4 deuce of clubs. Nice low suited hand. He is up against the pocket jacks, unfortunately. And let's just see how they do.
It's the 4th best hand. Sure, it'll do well.
And it's still the best hand on the flop. Seeing a bet here from Ota, and I assume we're going to see a fold here from Dear Me.
Time to see what the plan is when you defend the 4 deuce. Does have a hefty stack. Came in as the outright chip leader to this table.
And indeed, he's going to let it go. There we are, the pocket jacks. Putting them to work. Here we are with the chip counts. A lot of medium stacks here. 2 players in the lead. And we have 1 player on just 8 big blinds. Beal Kong in seat 9. Definitely going to be looking for his chance to double up here.
$1,200 of you in Facebook chat. Once again, thank you for joining us. Do hit the like. You'll be amazed at how much it helps us promote the game, and I'm sure watching your fellow countrymen here is a proud moment, and you'd love to help us promote the game across Asia and the world. Once again, do keep some of the insights coming. If you do know some of these players, give us some background. Understandably, not much of a presence on, say, Hendon Mob for these live tournaments. I did mention regulations in Mongolia. Maybe not allowing for that, but what an incredible sight. Just a reminder, all these players have a $30,000 USD, that is, prize pool to fight for, including $3,500 give or take up top. That's over 11.4 million in the local Mongolian Togrok currency. And an APT main event ticket that's worth over $2,100. Going all the way down, the 9th place, of course, walked away with the micro main ticket. A mini main, 6th place and 5th place. The Mystery Bounty Hunter and Sunday Super Stack up for grabs as well for 3rd and 2nd.
Here we see Atom Bayu getting involved in his very first hand, only on hand 7 here, but he does pick up the Ace-Queen offsuit and is definitely going to raise this up onto the gun. What sizing is he going to go with?
Fair question, by the way, in chat. How much was the buy-in of this competition? He says. Well, wouldn't you know it? It was actually a free roll.
Raise him to just barely over a min raise, 165,000. Interesting to see. These guys have different opening sizes here. See anything from 2 to 2.5x here. And C4 here, dear me, picking up the Ace-4 of diamonds. How aggressive does he want to get with it? We're seeing Dear Me just make a flat call here on the small blind.
Is it just me who's waiting for a moment to say dear me if C4 makes a mistake?
Both players are going to miss on the 10-8-7 board. Both can't be happy with that board. It's a very wet, very connected flop. Both of them must think the other one could potentially have a piece of it here. And it does go check, check. Ooh, we see the queen, or the king of diamonds here. Quite the action card here. Dear Me picking up the nut flush draw. And it's seat 6, Atom Bayu picking up the nut straight draw. Do you think we'll see a jack of diamonds on the river?
Well, I'm always rooting for maximum action. Would be painful, of course.
All right, a small 100K bet, quick call, and the deuce of spades on the river.
The opposite of the jack of diamonds has emerged.
Could not be more opposite. Does Dear Me fire out here? It's got to be a little bit worrying. You know, the king came out. It did go check, check on the flop. And no, he is going to fire at it. $300,000 around half pot. Atom Bayu, I really don't think he can call here. That board is just so connected here for a small blind calling range. going to use a time bank here. Give it some thought. Do you think he could be thinking about calling here, or is he contemplating putting even more chips into the pot here?
I think people do get a bit attached to premiums such as Ace Queen. He can't convince himself that he's being pushed around. Understandably, his opponent has a huge stack of chips. Wow.
Makes the call. Wow.
What an amazing call.
That is a very tough call to make.
How do you like that, chat? Let's hear it for the fans of Atom Bayou. There we go, one tiny stack. Let's not forget, there is ICM at play here. 1.7 million Togrok was the minimum payout. Next one is 2 million. And the next pay jump would be to 2.4. That's a couple of $100, I believe. Both 7th and 8th position get the same micro main ticket though. And that's what I'm really excited about here, Sam. Seeing these players in the field playing some of these APT exclusive events, the micro main, the mini main, of course, the mystery bounty, that's the one tomorrow.
You know, this is a very cool event to play in a free roll, get to the final table, and now they're here in Jeju, Korea, battling it out, and they have, what is it, 10 more days of tournaments to play. Very excited to see how these players adjust to the live field, as most of them don't have too much live poker experience in tournaments. And we're seeing another big hand here from Dashka, picking up the ace-king off under the gun +1. Going to see a min raise here from under the gun, and Muktaba picking up the Jack 10 suited, 45 big blinds. Could go either way here with a raise or a call. Raising does have its disadvantages. You know, you don't really want to get 4-bet, have to fold a hand, you know, like Jack 10 suited. And he does make the call. Dear me, picking up the pocket fours on the button is also going to come along. Ota is out of there, and Atom Bayou with the Queen 8 offsuit is also going to get out of there. So we are going to take a three-way flop here. Whole lot of nothing for everyone. Pocket fours is still in the lead.
Give up from the aggressor. Checks all around. Good idea for pot control. 5 doesn't change much. And it is that kind of board where pocket fours can know that they're in the lead. Of course, the queen, an unlikely holding in the +1 open, especially after the check. Muktaba can have a much wider range that does not need to connect with this board. Would like to see a stab if it's checked all the way around to Dear Me. Seat number 4.
It looks like Dashka is going to take over, putting in the delayed c-bet here with the ace-king. It is quite credible that you could have a 5 here. Middle pair is definitely going to want to check here out of position against 2 players.
Yeah, he does have the chip lead, so could be opening as wide as ace-5 suited, but that's a very narrow range to represent with 2 5s on the board. He's trying to say he has an overpair, perhaps a queen that he played a bit conservatively on the flop. Even hands such as pairs between sixes and jacks could play the same way. Jeremy has too much of a hand to consider letting it go right now. Seemingly is about to make the call. There we go. And Sam, may I just comment, we're about to finish our first orbit. There's been so much action, so much splashing around of chips. It's incredible.
There is a ton of action here in Jeju in the APT for both events that we've covered now. I hope we keep this going. It's making for some very, very entertaining live streams.
1,300 of you on Facebook once again. A pleasure to have you here. Still waiting for those stories. I have Google Translate on. Feel free to let me know in any language about these players. Did get the chance to talk to some of them. Some of them are intense, man. They're here with a mission to win the 3,500 USD up top and the main event ticket.
Oh, look at this. Dashka is checked, and we see a very quick bet from Dearme. He knows exactly where he's at. $200,000, less than 1/5 pot. Trying to get called by exactly what Dashka has here. And look at that. Does make the call, and Dearme is going to get the good news. That is a very nice bet there on the river. Pocket 4 is taking it down.
The thinnest of value has been achieved, as has the chip lead. Look at this. 75 bigs now for seed 4. Oh dear me. I promise
only
you,
a matter of time.
not more than 5 times the whole stream. And I think that's pretty reasonable, Sam.
I think so.
Loving this. Chat is listening to me. Over 137 likes. Much appreciated. In 2005 or so, Mark Zuckerberg invented Facebook, created the like button, and for some reason, it makes a world of difference. So please do hit the like button. There's 1,300 of you in chat. We'd love to see the like counter be, okay, let's just be nice. 300 would be amazing. So some clear stars emerging. Once again, we're at hand number 9. We did have an elimination on hand number 1. So technically, 1 orbit completed so far. Certainly, dear me, I mean the player, seat number 4, came in with the chip lead, managed to claw it back with the previous hand. Seems to be in pole position. All eyes might be on seat 9, Beal. Well under 10 bigs. Bit of a pay jump, $100 or so. But considering the same ticket, the micro main, is what you get at the prize, I think players would be well advised to not consider the pay jump too much here. No reason to wait for one player to bust. Gotta eye that top prize. 11.4 million Togrog. That's 3,500 USD, give or take. So Sam, before you joined us, I commented on, you know, the fashion. Very black and white. And I mean that literally, in this case, on the table. Sure you've noticed. That being said, look at those tats, man. Full sleeve.
That is very nice. Everyone here is very well dressed. They all have their own unique style. I like it. All right, both players have a little bit of something. Just caught the edge of this flop for both of them. We have a gut shot here for Atom Bayou. as well as a backdoor flush draw and an overcard for kings in seat 7. So a 1/3 continuation bet from the small blind here. King 9 suited, definitely think can take one off here. But looks like he just wants to let him go. I mean, on a 17 big blind stack, can't really blame him, and he does indeed lay it down.
Check out that name, by the way. You know what I'm talking about, chat. I mean, you might not, because a lot of you watching from Mongolia, of course. Seat 7, right? That was by Kings?
Yes.
Or seat 2, rather. Sorry, that was the 7th name on the list. Seat 2.
Yeah, seat 2, Toji.
Toji. One of the most unique last names. I'm sure it's par for the course in their home country, but intimidating as a commentator. And I have to say, Sam, one of the pleasures of being a commentator for the APT over the past year has been to learn so much about various cultures, not just from Asia, by the way. We have a lot of European, a lot of Australian and New Zealand presence as well. Absolutely fascinating, the diversity that is usually on offer. Of course, we have a very special event going on here, the Mazaalai Cup, but always great to learn about more cultures thanks to the APT.
It is, it's very fun to learn these names. A lot of them are not how they are spelled. Do not sound how they are spelled. And we're actually seeing just a limp here with the ace-7 of clubs on a 5 big blind stack.
I do feel like a superhero when we do the Natural 8 India tables. Suddenly, all the complicated names come so easily to me.
I will leave that in your capable hands.
Very interesting limp, by the way. Beal started off with 6 bigs. He's put in one of them as a flat call, a limp. Under the gun. Very non-standard, which is what you would expect, considering the background of some of these players.
Are going to take a flop here. Heads up. Dashkin is going to pull into the lead, but wow. Beal Kong has a very awkward double gut shot.
And the SBR is under 2.
That's a very weird double gut shot. Have you ever seen that before?
Well, Sam, I play heads up. I have to say I've seen it all. 14 years in poker. All things considered, it's a decent hand, considering you have the double gut shot, which is like having an open-ender, but you also have 2 overcards. He should be able to stack off here to the extent Dashka puts him to the ultimate test.
I think with Dashka, if you've got a pair here, you got to go with it.
Having 5 million chips certainly helps pull the trigger.
He does move all in.
Beal can't love it, but has to call it off.
He is slightly ahead in terms of equity, but he does need to improve to win here.
We hear some announcements for some of the other events going on. I'm keeping my eye out for the super high roller. We'll get back to you on some of the other events as we take a look at the rest of the board here. Beal's tournament life hanging in the balance. A beautiful 2 of clubs to kick things off. Has the clubs rather covered as well. Can sit very comfortable. Only chop outs remain. Dashka will lose this one. Nice little double up there for seat number 9. Up to 15 bigs now. Much, much more comfortable from where he was a moment ago. Does have to put in 2 of them. He's It's going to be the big blind, but leaves plenty of chips to play with.
That's got to feel good.
Dashka should barely notice the dent.
No, he only lost maybe 5. Is it 5 big blinds here? Additional.
Chat, much appreciate. Over 150 likes. Keep him coming. Keep those stories coming as well. We do have some good lucks for some of the players out here on the table. I can only imagine friends and family watching. I mean, if I was being flown to Jeju to play a final table, you better believe all my home game friends would get a link. And actually, when I have made some TV tables in the past, really the best part of it has been to go back and watch the stream and see what my friends put into chat.
Is it mostly positive?
Oh, never.
Never.
Never. But I do remember once I got a bad beat, pocket queens against something like king 9. And then it just became like a thing, because it's also, my friends sort of knew each other and they were looking at each other's comments in the chat.
Okay.
So they would just start writing stories about queens that have hurt them in life and how
those are some good friends.
Like fairy tales about queens where they were evil.
Muktava raising up the pocket 7s here under the gun. Little min raise here to 200,000. Definitely the standard play. And dear me, picking up the ace-jack offsuit. Still in early position here, around mid position. Let's see how he proceeds here. Just a flat call.
Just a reminder, by the way, we have 20-minute levels. Plenty of poker to be played.
And stacks are quite deep here for a final table. And an ace-10-8 flop is going to put Dear Me in the lead here. I don't see Muktava putting in too many more chips here. He's got an underpair to the entire board here. He does check it over. See a check back from Dear Me. I like it. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Just getting worse and worse for Muktava here.
Sometimes in situations like these, I just like to convince myself, well, I have pocket 7s. I could have pocket 8s. Let's play the hand accordingly and try to take it down. I'm kidding, guys. That's not a good way to play poker. The question is whether Muktava believes this bet, the delayed bet.
I think it's just too tough to call. Even if he is ahead, it's a double flush board, out of position, so many draws available. Half the deck is going to get his opponent there, even if he is bluffing.
Slight glitch, by the way. We just sort of replayed about 10 seconds of the action. So here we are again on the turn. Dear me. Makes the delayed c-bet. Mukhtaba gives it up. On to the next one. 6.5 million. Receipt number 4. Biggest stack on the table. 3 players under 20 bigs. Quick look at what else is going on here at the APT Jeju 2024. It is Saturday. The action is fast and fun. Thanks in part to one of our favorite events, the Mystery Bounty Hunter. 300 million Korean won guaranteed for that event. We did have the final day of the National Cup. And by the way, shout out to our friend, the wildcard from yesterday, with his performance at the National Cup.
Yes, he took second place. And actually, the winner of the National Cup today is a player who has only played online previous to this. And this is his first ever live tournament and takes it down to win himself an APT trophy and around 40,000 US dollars.
Incredible. That's what we love to see. Of course, I mentioned the Super High Roller. That's the $10,000 buy-in event. And by the way, that event is very special for many reasons. Of course, you fight with the best of the best. 67 runners so far in day 1. But it's also special because you win one of the APT Mega Trophies, the Mega Lions. The Super High Roller is going to be a special one. Then on to the fun ones. Bot Limit Omaha High-Low. That's the 5-card version. Big O, they call it. Just a $400 buy-in. Almost 50 runners for that. Amazing. I think we're down to heads up there. And then we get to the complicated stuff. Are you ready, Sam? Limit triple draw mix. Ace to 5, deuce to 7, and then also standard triple draw high. Again, $400. Love to see the 19 runners there. I know it sounds very intimidating, but triple draw is actually a very up-and-coming game in the poker world. It's just super fun and yet strategic. Triple draw means you actually get 3 streets, so to the extent you have a skill advantage, you actually get to enhance it with those 3 streets, and it can lead to some fun situations. Some of the craziest hands I saw from the World Series of Poker coverage were from triple draw, and I'm super glad the APT has it on offer in these incredible mixed game events. I actually look forward to feature tables down the road with the mixed games, but I do pity the stream team for having to figure out the graphics for that one. A couple of standard low limit hold'em events. Nice little freeze out there for $1,500. Some people love freeze outs, of course. They feel like it takes away the edge for some of the pros who can buy in repeatedly.
Yeah.
Couple of turbos. We have another big O later at night. That's the no limit hold'em version. Turbo there late at night. Of course, we're looking at this beautiful event featuring 9 players from Mongolia, the Mazaalai Cup. And then, of course, we end the night as we do with the Hyper Turbo and a Super Hyper Turbo. The win the button variety, by the way.
And we're seeing a big hand here. Dear Me has opened up the Ace Jack of Hearts under the gun. And Atom Bayu picking up the Ace King off just to his left here. And is going to just smooth call here. And look at this. Kings also has a playable hand here. Queen Jack suited. It's going to let it go on his 13 big blind stack. Wow, another big hand here. Beal Kong with 12 big blinds and pocket 10s. And we see a very quick all-in here. No decision.
I don't think we do, much to my shock.
Oh, no, that's just a call. Wow, 2 very strong hands just flatting here. Toji in the big blind with an offsuit connector.
Peel is certainly supposed to find the squeeze there. Pocket 10s is a dream scenario. Under the gun open, +2 defense with the call. 13 bigs or so. One of the shortest stacks on the button. Decides to go the conservative route. Wants to see a clean board, and that's as clean as they come. 9 high, all spades. The 10 of spades in the hands of Beal. Beal Kong he goes by. I'll spare the obvious King Kong references for the moment. A smile and a check from the chip leader, tantamount to announcing that he's missed the board. Atum Bayu had decided to underrep his hand for some weird reason. Did not want to 3-bet the largest stack, following the golden rule of when you're the second largest stack, you avoid the largest stack.
Absolutely. Beal going to take a stab here. Little small value / protection bet here. Doesn't go too big. He does the 10 of spades.
Not to be results oriented, but it seems like Beal has likely foregone a chance to double up. A simple jam from him, usually the standard play. Certainly would have gotten called by Atum Bayu in seat 6 with the ace king off. But oh well. Looks very likely to take this one down. Or have I spoken too soon? Sam? Wait for it. Dear me! He's calling with ace jack suited. His smile, his demeanor, it's all giving off physical tells. His hand is almost face up as 2 overs. Perhaps, generously, you would think he has a flush draw, but he actually has 2 hearts. Atum Bayu now can let this one go.
Yes, with a bet and a call.
He does love using those time banks, but not this time.
Probably regretting not 3-betting the ace king at this point.
Beautiful turn for the pocket tens.
You couldn't ask for a better one.
The offsuit 5 means he has free reign to put more chips into the middle. His SPR is 0.5, and he still does not jam. Talk about milking your opponent, all things considered. He's actually managed to find the perfect bet sizing, at least on the flop. Wait just a second. Oh dear me. He's jammed. Or has he folded?
No,
No,
he
has jammed.
Wow.
Okay, how many did I get? I think I'm down 3 out of 5, dear me's. But
you have 2 left.
That one was well deserved. An awkward spot to find the jam. Does have about 6% equity with those 2 remaining overcards. Of course, we saw an ace folded a jack as well. Oh, interesting one.
Spades.
Ace but a spade. Pocket tens finds the double. The outcome, by the way, seemed inevitable if pocket tens found the jam. Likely, dear me, would have found some sort of an ISO, putting Atum Bayu in an awkward spot with the ace king off. But as the hand goes, Beal manages to get the full double.
Yeah, that's 2 very quick double ups for him, and it's going to put him at a healthy, just under 30 big blind stack here. He can definitely put some pressure on his opponents now.
Somebody in chat saying Beal Gun doesn't know how to play exactly. Well, I beg to differ, sir. He's found himself in a nice little comfortable middle of the pack with that recent double. Seemed to have bet exactly the amount he needed for his opponent to first make a loose call on the flop and then make a loose jam on the turn.
You know, the Hendon Mob #1 is up for grabs here in the Mongolian list. First place is only 346,000 in live earnings. One of these guys could go home with more than that just off this trip here.
Well,
wow, and look at this. Beal picking up pocket tens, back-to-back hands here in the cutoff. Hope he plays a little bit more aggressively this time. And is he just limping? He is just limping here with the pocket tens in the cutoff.
Well,
I think his raise button may be broken.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say. Seems like he's found his groove with the pocket tens based on the last hand. We're only 14 hands deep, an hour into play, and all kinds of action. The card distribution has not disappointed. Ace queen off now for the previous rival in the hand. Dear me.
A hefty raise here to $600,000. Chips.
Unsurprising, but just a flat.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Beal, this seems just in character. It's a nice hand to play in position here. Going to a flop. Not too much left to play for. About 2 SPR here. And another great flop for Beal. Still got the overpair. This time he doesn't have the flush draw.
Pretty similar flop as last hand. Pretty similar situation as well, except Dear Me is now in the betting lead. Still has those 2 overs. I like the sizing. 400,000 is the C bet into 1.4 million. Quick call from Beal, and look at the SPR. 2 million in Beal stack. 2.2 million out there.
Such a good turn card for Beal. Picking up the open ender just in case he needs it.
We saw Dear Me overcommit, overplay his hand with the ace-jack suited last time. Thankfully finds the check. Would have gotten called.
I think we're going to see a small bet here from Beal.
Well, we saw him make a small bet with 0.5 SPR, so why should 1 SPR be any different?
Is that 475? No, 600. Are we going to see Dear Me go for it again? The check raise all in?
Would be a mistake for sure, just like it was in the last hand. The betting pattern would seem to suggest Beal has the goods once more. And he shows. Flashes the pocket tens. Actually, the camera might be a bit too zoomed in. I'm not sure if he meant to flash it or the camera caught it while mucking, but either way, look at those stacks in 2 hands. He is now tied for chips with Dear Me, and we have a 3-way tie up top. Dashka has actually raced ahead thanks to not playing a hand, but Beal. That's how poker goes sometimes, especially final table poker. 41 bigs, second in chips. What a run.
He was our short stack to begin with. Just coming into some hands, playing well, and look at that, up to second place now.
Antar is on YouTube asking where are the players from. Mongolia, sir. Mazaalai, by the way, is the gobi bear, the national animal of Mongolia. A rare species, by the way. I think I read there's only 30 of them, but they're monitored very carefully. Kind of like pandas in China.
I did read that too. I believe they're the most endangered or rare animals in the world right now. Wow, pocket tens. 3 hands in a row now. This time for Dashka in seat 8.
Looking through YouTube comments, we have had some feedback, no pun intended, on some of the noise in our microphones. We do apologize. We're about 45 minutes away from the break, so to the extent there's still any issues, we will have those sorted. Our excellent production team is on it as always. There we go. There's some turnaround in Facebook and chat. Beelgun is a good player, they say. Well, I told you so. Beel Kong, he goes by. Seat 5, Jack 3 suited in the big. Ota. Or the Grizzly, I believe you said, Sam.
Yes.
You can certainly see why. Look at them guns, dude. The short sleeve tee, the APT tee, by the way. Check out our APT merch store in case you want one to show off your own guns. Man, these 9s and 5s, love the pocket 10s. Beautiful board once again.
Yeah.
I remember this, excuse me, sorry. I was just about to say, I remember this from my early pot odds and poker odds memorization. You're about 30% likely to flop an overpair when you have pocket 10s. So we've had that 3 times now.
I didn't know that. That's cool to know. Only 30% of the time. And if you have pocket jacks, it's about 0% of the time, isn't it?
As per chat, yes. As per chat and Doyle Brunson, right? He hated pocket jacks and ace queen?
I believe so. And ace queen as well. But loves 10 deuce suited.
Does love 10 deuce. I don't think he actually ever loved 10 deuce, to be honest.
No, he actually didn't. He actually spoke about this and said that it's lost him more money than he's won.
He just won the main event twice back-to-back with 10 deuce. I mean, it's tough to live it down after that. Rest in peace, sir, Mr. Doyle Brunson. Indeed. The OG of all OGs. What a pity we lost him when we did, but what a privilege to be around when he was playing. Poker's not going to go anywhere for 100 years, but it is kind of special to have been around during the heyday of Doyle's, at least, fame with the TV poker era. So Sam, as a cash game player, did you or did you not read Super System?
I did not read Super System. I had the Harrington on Hold'em books.
Those were MTT classics, of course.
Yes, I got through those, and that was about as much poker book as I could read.
You and I are a different poker generation, of course. I came up in the book era, the poker boom, at least in the US at the time, thanks to all the TV poker. And man, I had so many poker books. But Super System is so thick. I don't know if you've ever seen it in real life, but it's not just Hold'em, it's every poker variant. And he would get like guests to write some of the sections, especially he had a follow-up as well during the 90s, I believe, or maybe the early 2000s. But it's so thick, it looks like, I mean, the Bible, basically, as they call it, the Bible of poker. So it is a rite of passage. I recommend checking it out just to see how far things have come.
Yeah, poker certainly has evolved, especially with the new solver era. You can just look up any spot online in minutes, just have a perfect spit-out computer, tell you exactly how to play it.
Does remind me of chess, of course, one of the first games to be solved in that sort of early watershed AI moment of IBM creating a chess computer that could beat Garry Kasparov. And ever since then, a lot of players saying that engines, as they call them, chess computers, or solvers as we call them in poker, they ruined the game.
You know what? I would have to agree. I find the candidates to be a little bit boring. You know, you're pushing on this 0.1 edge for 30 moves in, a perfect theory. I want to see some attacking chess. I want to see some very exciting poker. I want to see some soul reads.
Well, funnily enough, you mentioned the candidates. Of course, that's the chess tournament to see who qualifies to take on the world champion. Won by an Indian 17-year-old phenom, which was very exciting as an Indian to see, setting the record for the youngest ever winner. And he actually trained without chess engines as a strategic move, as an experiment with his coach, until he reached 2700, which is basically like your top 20 in the world at that point. And who knows, maybe that's his edge.
Wow, that's very interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, the youngest player to win the candidates, and he will be facing off against Ding Liren. But over onto this hand, we do have Dashka flopping himself a double gut shot here. Not a whole lot going on for the others. I think he can definitely take it away here. Is going to decide to check it over.
Muktava not having any of this checking business. Decides to take a stab with his overcards, essentially air on this board, and Dashka not going to go anywhere. Nice little open-ender, backdoor spade draw as well.
Wow, we see the ace of diamonds on the turn to put Muktava right in the lead here. It's going to be very tough for Dashka to win this hand, given how passively he's played this. Nice check back there from Muktava. Doesn't want to get too much money in there. It was the 6 of diamonds on the river, introducing 4 to a flush on the board. Muktava going to fire out here with his top pair. I'm not too sure about this bet. What do you think? He's targeting maybe a fold from a hand like ace-queen?
Is it a bluff or value? That's the first question.
I think this is way too thin to be value.
It's also way too small to be a bluff, so color me confused, but seemed to know exactly where he was at. Blinds up to 60k, 120k. The stack's getting shallow. Lots of concentration up top. Almost 4 people effectively tied for the lead. It really is time for somebody to realize the dynamics. It is tough. There is ICM at play. $500 was the 9th place finisher. $600 now guaranteed to these 8 players. We go up to 700, then 1,000, all the way to 3,500 USD up top to the winner, and a main event ticket. That's over $2,000 itself. I think players need to realize they need to go for it. As we say in MTTs, it's time to be a table captain. Let's see who wants it.
All right, Beal picking up the ace-jack offsuit here in early position. Imagine we'll see just a call here. Those look like raising chips. He's choosing the ace-jack off here to get aggressive with.
Not the biggest fan of pocket tens when it comes to raising, but let's not forget he has a lot more chips now.
He does. That may play into it here. Muktava giving a bit of thought here. The king 3 suited. You know, I'd be very worried about going for a raise here after seeing him show down pocket tens a couple times in some very passive lines. Ooh, a little 7-6 suited here from kings in the big blind. One of my favorite hands.
Very cash game hand, of course.
Very.
Aces, crackers.
And there is that famous hand, Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan on the 5-4-3 board.
Oh, I remember that.
7-6.
5-4-3, or 5 on the turn, was it?
Yes, yes, for both of them to hit their gut shot.
I believe that was the very first TV hand that was over $1 million.
I remember seeing the look on Phil Ivy's face. He did not look too pleased. Beal here picking up top pair. Gonna stab at it. Looks like about a 400,000 bet. Quite large here. And we're not gonna see it continue here. King's only on 8 big blinds here.
I'd love to see a VPIP stat on Toji. I feel like we haven't heard from him. That's the name, second from the bottom over there. 9 bigs for him. Has to get busy.
Spelt just how it sounds.
Does have the Toji right at the end, so it makes sense. Here we go. Payouts in the local currency. That's the Mongolian Togrog, I believe, but also USD. 600 guaranteed all the way up to 3.4k USD.
As well as an APT main event ticket.
Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't say this, but don't forget, tickets for everybody else as well. Second place gets the Sunday Super Stack. That's a great event, by the way. Super Stack just means you start off pretty deep. And obviously it is tomorrow, being Sunday. Mystery Bounty. It's actually on right now, including, I think there's a flight tomorrow as well, but at least one more flight today. Mini main tickets, 5th and 6th place, and micro mains are the ones being given out to 7th and 8th. So at least micro main tickets are guaranteed, and we will be seeing these players out there on the tables no matter what. Sam, you might not know this yet, but actually at the main event, whoever is on the stone bubble gets to, as a consolation prize for arguably one of the more brutal feelings in tournament poker, being on the stone bubble of the APT main event, we let them essentially draw from a bunch of envelopes that have different tickets within them. We had a crazy bubble at APT Taipei. I mean, it lasted 2 hours. I think there were like 12 all-ins that didn't go anywhere.
Wow.
And then suddenly this guy busts. He's a stone bubble boy, draws an envelope, and it's like the micro main ticket, or maybe it's the mini main, which is not bad, you know. It's hundreds of dollars in value. There's no, I mean, it's always tough being the bubble. It's just sort of an APT tradition to do this. I've never seen a man look more upset to get something for free.
Oh, no.
He just could not care. And I completely understand it. I mean, here we are trying to just apply a little bit of, you know, reprieve to the wound of being the stone bubble. And I think we ended up adding salt to it. So it's just a memory that I won't forget.
A 2-hour bubble will be devastating, especially if you're sitting there with 2 or 3 big blinds.
Eight 5-4 monotone board.
We've seen a lot of monotone boards today.
Indeed, we have. Can induce a lot of action. It's Muktava who comes out firing. Has basically whiffed, has a gut shot. Not worth too much on this monotone board. Dashka has a pair, but I'll tell you what, has one thing working against him. He has been bleeding a few chips. It's always tough to essentially gather yourself when you're seeing a bit of a downswing in your stack. Makes the right decision, he knows. You don't defend 10-5 suited in the big blind, flop a pair, and fold to a c-bet. Two people in chat wishing Beal good luck. Very nice. One of them says good luck to my brother, Beal Kong. Ace of hearts on the river. Could change a lot. 4 to a flush on the board. Dashka's hand is not worth much as a pair, or so he thinks, and yeah, he's gonna donk and bluff. I like it. Bluffing with the best hand. I think one of the first step-ups as a player in poker is when you turn pairs into bluffs.
Yes.
Early on, you're just so tempted to just be like, let me just show this down, see if I'm good. But I think it's always a sign when somebody's showing the gumption and turning pairs into bluffs. Here we go. Needless to say, this bet should work out considering Muktava has 10 high on the 4 to a flush board. Unless he has some nefarious plans. The bet is tiny. 275k.
Wow, a very quick raise.
Oh, look at this. He's at least cut out the chips, and you are indeed right. It's quick and it's big. Alrighty then. 750k. 3 X's. Dashka has been bleeding chips, as I mentioned. He's about to get outplayed here.
I like the line. It makes sense for a king or queen of hearts to check back the turn after a flop C bet there.
Muktava knows it. And also the sizing from Dashka. Muktava knows that his opponent couldn't have it.
And he does show the 10-7 suited. Oh.
What a turn of events. Muktava absolutely pummeling his way up to the top of the leaderboard there with that hand. And look at that, Dashka. That's Dash Dondov in the middle of the pack there. Had a rough time. To all of you watching on Facebook, thank you so much, by the way. Looking at the like counter, a very respectable 270 likes. Much, much appreciated. Let's get us up to that 300 mark. It is thanks to you, making that simple gesture, that the stream is going out to more and more people, putting Mongolia on the map. As we see somebody mention, Muktava, very good loose aggressive player. Well, sir, do you know that in advance, or are you just watching the stream like us? Because I certainly agree. Unsurprisingly, chat loves a nice little river bluff.
If you're going to open up the 10-7 suited from early position, you got to be willing to fight.
Alright, King 9 off. Moment of truth. See if Muktava decides to play the rush, as Doyle Brunson used to call it in Super System. You win one, you play the next one. Why? Your opponents fear you a bit more. You're at the top of your confidence. Muktava playing it perhaps theoretically correctly. King 9 off on the gun, easy fold.
No, he may not have read the book.
I think I would definitely take that bet.
See, Ota bumping it up here, the ace-5 off. Blinds are up to 80k, 160k with a 160k big blind ante here.
You know, still thinking about Super System, I mean, is there value to reading it? I think is a good question, right? Considering how the poker world evolves, but I think there definitely is value to reading it. Not just as a fan of poker, thinking through the history of it. I mean, Doyle Brunson essentially inventing the modern poker era, but also thinking about new players to the game likely still think on that level, you know, from when the book was written, I believe in the 80s or something. And it's always good to have the understanding. Sometimes you forget what it's like to be a new player.
Yes, indeed.
It is kind of like thinking about physics, you know, they still teach us Newton's theories, even though I guess Einstein replaced them, right? But when you're a kid, it's just the right way to start, you know, it's not too complicated. You ever think about if you would crush if you were to be able to go back in time and play poker in a different era?
Oh, you know what? I think I would do quite well. It's a lot more street poker back then. It's a lot more looking at your opponent thinking, do they have it or do they not? But it is nice in this modern era to just have a basic framework of bet sizings that the computer tells you is correct.
Well, not to be a bit cliche here, but talking about street poker, look at this.
Beal bumping it up here to 800K is going to turn himself absolutely nothing.
The old 10 high check raise. Fortunately, the timing is a bit off.
And Ota only has 8 big blinds remaining, about half an SPR here.
What an unpredictable player Beal Kong has turned out to be. Was playing a bit unorthodox, all the limping with premiums such as pocket tens. Took a couple of spots there, found himself tied for the chip lead. Now going aggressive while defending the 10-7 off. It's likely not going to work, but man, I love the gumption as always. Essentially targeting kings. If you were to put Ota, that's seed number 5, to the ultimate test for his tournament life, with a hand such as, say, King, Queen, King, Jack, that might have gone this far, he may not have been able to handle the heat, but with top pair, he's just simply calling. And I like the flat call, by the way.
I did too. Beal really likes these very small bets. We've seen him bet much smaller than half pot when the SPR is only half. Is he going to go for it here? Ota only on a 800,000 remaining.
It's not the best card for Beal to go for it. Obviously, all aces would be chopping thanks to the ace-king. All kings would be chopping as well. The 4 has paired up. So hands such as weak kings, weak aces that maybe in some world could have considered a fold will no longer. And I think Beal puts it all together. Not the best check from Ota after the give up from Beal. And now chopping thanks to aces and 4s with the king. I would love to have seen him go for value. After all, he doesn't need to be afraid of bigger kickers.
And it's very, very, very unlikely he runs into a trap there with 0.25 SPR on the river. But is there much value in shipping there?
Here we go. I love this 360 shot because very soon, as the rest of the field comes into view, there we go. We'll get a glimpse at this beautiful venue, the Landing Casino here at Jeju Shinhwa World. One of the most beautiful venues for the APT, thanks to the old school casino charm. The red carpets, of course. Perhaps an Asia mainstay, but also a lot of thought given to things such as the lighting and the decor. It's not your trashy Vegas casino, I'll tell you that. The feature table not elevated this time, by the way, which does mean that when it comes down to things like bubbles, etc., the feature table doesn't have the advantage of lording over the field, keeping an eye on other chip stacks, as we have a new dealer. A shout out, by the way, to all the dealers here at APT Jeju, in particular our live stream table dealers. You can see with the headset, they have additional responsibilities. They have the shot clock to manage. And they do a fantastic, flawless job. If you've played live tournaments, by the way, you'll know what a crazy difference good dealers can make. And the APT being about the most friendly tour there is when it comes to keeping in mind what the players need. We make sure we do a great job getting the best, having the most experienced dealers. And Sam, we've been discussing all the mixed games on offer. I mean, imagine being the dealer for those. Having to learn them, deal them, understand them, and quite likely having to probably teach a lot of the players what to do when they actually fire some bullets into these mixed games. Nobody can know every game after all.
Oh, indeed. It's definitely not an easy job learning all these games, keeping track of chips, and they do have the 30-second shot clock as well. We are going to see an all-in here from Toji, sitting on 1.2 million, just under 10 big blinds here. And Kings is going to call here the ace-9 off in the cutoff. And now Dashka's got a real decision here with pocket eights.
Seat 7, Tengiz, as you said, goes by Kings. Takes the spot, makes the call. And is likely now going to be in a world of pain because Dashka will also come along for the ride.
You know, it's a bit of a close spot here for pocket eights with the under the gun ship. And then Tengiz in here with the flat. Pocket eights is, it's a tough one here. It's right in the middle.
I don't know about that. I mean, the effective stack I'd be worried about is Tengiz, seat 7. That's 935k, 6 bigs.
Yeah.
Toji, yes, he did shove under the gun, but he had about 8 bigs, and the under the gun shoving range is actually very wide here because we have the 2 big blind burden coming up on the next hand. And we see a lot of players shove very wide in that spot. Pocket ace is just too strong. Dashka has been crippled in many pots, but does not let that get to him. Makes the absolutely correct call. Is going to end up flipping though. Oh my!
Oh.
Ace King suited in the big blind. So much perceived dead money out there. Easiest jam ever.
Absolutely. And Dashka, already agonizing over the 1.2 million he had to put in with the pocket eights, is now most likely going to have to put in another 2.2 here.
Frankly, if Muktava actually does go for the jam here, as opposed to a sort of soft collusion, he could consider calling as well. I say that, of course, with air quotes because it's about getting the chance to eliminate 2 players, and you don't necessarily want to isolate after all. You might just be flipping against a pair. It might actually be worth it to try and eliminate 2 players, depending on how people perceive the $400 pay jump from 8th to 6th. That being said, if he goes all in, now Dashka's decision is not as easy, by the way. He's put in a third of his stack.
Yeah, and a jam here is just insanely strong.
Let's just say, I mean, often you say you're flipping at best with pairs.
But really, this is the only hand he'd actually like to see here because I think Ace-King is the only hand that Dashka has a fair fight against this cold reshove.
Exactly. In other words, Muktava would not reshove pocket 7s.
No. Whoa, what? No. Did he just fold? Muktava lays down the ace-king suited here. Is that standard Vidir?
That's a rhetorical question, Sam, so...
He must be kicking himself right now.
Well, it's time to be results-oriented for Muktava and see, well, king in the window. Cuts me short there. I was going to say, it's going to feel like a genius from a results perspective. if an ace or a king did not come, but of course when you make a decision as controversial as folding ace king suited, the poker gods instantly punish you, and never mind, the ace jack binks the queen of diamonds. The eights are just in terrible shape now. Well, never mind, they're drawing dead apparently.
Yep.
The Broadway, of course, has been completed, and the ace king would have lost as well. So we have a double elimination?
No.
No, just a single
Dashka's
elimination.
still in there. But a very nice triple up here for Toji. It's going to put him at 23 big blinds. Definitely still in there, and we're going to see kings get eliminated here.
Down to 7. Took a while, considering we were down to 8. Hand number 1. Very controversial fold. Ace king suited.
That is wild. I can't believe that.
If he got the call from the pocket eights, I mean, he would have ended up with a mountain of chips.
Yes, yeah. And I don't think... Oh, that is a tough spot for Dashka. If we did see the reshove there from the big blind.
Not able to translate everything in chat, but I do see the term ICM being thrown around. I don't think there is any ICM theory that's going to be able to get behind that fold, but again, the pay jumps could mean different things to different people.
Ota looks like he's going to raise up the king 10 off an early position here.
He sat around long enough, seeing other people almost triple up with ace jack, so why not? And speaking of ace jack, Atom Bayo. 21 bigs. It's in the hijack, +1 open. Folding would be a tad too conservative for my liking. Otherwise, both options on the table. Well, how's a double-handed raise for you? That's an option. Just looks so much stronger than putting in a bigger chip.
Do you use these smaller 3-bet sizes on a 20 big blind stack? Or do you just rip it in there?
I don't think I rip in 21 bigs, that's for sure. That would be too high variance, and ace-jack off is certainly a hand you can 3-bet fold in a scenario like this against a +1 open. And credit where it's due, by the way. It's not easy. We are looking at the cards, but you have 21 bigs, you have a +1 open. It is not easy to commit 20%, 25% of your stack with the 3-bet. And here, since we can't see the cards, we're observing why you should do it.
He does look like a genius here.
Ota has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar, as we say. Would be a bit too ambitious to try and continue here.
But we
oh
are
my.
going to see it continue.
He's lucky to have 2 live cards. 36% equity. Clearly hoping to catch a king or a 10 to state the obvious, but the SPR is concerning. I mean, do you really feel that comfortable with, say, a 10? Not even the best kicker. A king, of course, would be much nicer. That being said, you have to be worried about hands such as ace-king and king-queen suited that would 3-bet a +1 open. Ace-9-3 might put an end to the whole debate. 2 hearts, perhaps the only hope for Ota. As I take a look at Facebook chat once again, we have crossed 300 likes, and one thing I wasn't noticing is actually we have 26 hearts as well. I'll take that to mean you love our coverage. Much appreciated. Next goal, and I'm sorry to move the goalposts, but 500 likes, please. To all of you watching, if you haven't hit the like button, once again, you'd be amazed at how much it helps us. Show your support to these guys. Show your support to the Mazaalai Cup final table you're watching. And of course, to the beautiful game we all love, poker. Help the Asian Poker Tour grow it all over Asia and the world. If this is the first time you're watching any APT coverage, by the way, I highly recommend, checking out our Facebook channel, our YouTube channel. All previous events are covered there. Subscribe so you know when the next one is coming up. And by the way, the next planned event for the APT, there might be one announced in the middle, but for now it's Taipei. We're going back the end of September.
And we're actually seeing a raise here from Ota. Just a click back with the King 10 of Hearts. Some very interesting poker being played today. Atom Bayu going nowhere with his top pair good kicker. We're going to see if Ota wants to follow through on this turn.
You'd love to see it. These check raises have been so out of line. We saw Beal go 2 streets with his 10-7 off. Now
yes.
King 10 off on the ace-high board. Click back, as you said. The Queen of Clubs does give those Broadway outs, but look at the SPR. 3.8 million in the middle, 1.8 million in the stack of Atom Bayu.
I love how fast Ota plays. This man was grabbing chips as soon as that queen came out. He turns the gut shot and he just knows he's going to go for it. And there it is.
Perhaps the most complicated way to put 700k in the middle. I believe the white chips at the back, which, to those of you new to live poker, ideally you want to keep your big chips up front. Some people like to read into it, whether you bet with your small chips or big chips. But 700k is 700k. In this case, not too much relative to the pot, but is about half of his opponent's stack. Seat number 6, Atom Bayu, is how we're supposed to pronounce his name. Has what seems like a very easy decision. At this point, if you've strung your opponent along, you might want to consider flatting again. For exactly these kind of scenarios, your opponent is effectively drawing dead, except to the gut shot. That being said, I would not blame him to commit here. He wants his opponent to call off with hands such as flush draws. Ota leans back as he sees the call and grimaces. His opponent would not have seen that, but seems to have resigned himself to losing the hand. And I wonder if the 8 of hearts changes his desire to just go for it. Find that triple barrel. Oh, wait just a minute. Did Atom Bayu check in advance, or it went check, check? Yeah, he did imply that he was going to check in advance. Ota shows and cheekily acknowledges that he was getting out of line. He's down to 11 bigs. Once again, I admire the fearlessness of going for it for 2 streets. Did not work out. Bottom of the stack now.
Yeah, and that is going to put Atom Bayu way out in the lead here with 39 big blinds. Average stack looking around 20.
It has been an incredibly action-packed final table so far. Initially, we could have given the credit to the card distribution. But man, those check raises, the aggression, the trapping, it's all on point. What a way for Mongolia to kick off its debut here at the Asian Poker Tour. And what a way for us to get support. Facebook and YouTube. Almost 500 of you watching on Facebook alone. Over 100 on YouTube. We welcome you all in case this is the first time you're checking out the Asian Poker Tour. This is day 2 of the festival here at Jeju, by the way, and also day 2 of the streaming schedule. Exciting events incoming. Next one that I'm looking forward to, the Super High Roller, day 1 ongoing. 10,000 USD is the buy-in. That is no joke. As a result, we have the amazing pewter APT Golden Lion, the Mega Lion, on offer for the winner. Let's take a look at how many entries we have in that, by the way. Always exciting to see the Super High Roller participation. Registration still open. Looking here at the live reports, and by the way, you can as well. apt.poker is the website. The amazing live reporting team does a great job keeping us posted. We're now hand for hand apparently in the Super High Roller. So we approach the end of the day, or? Oh, we might just make the money on day 1.
And Ota getting it done with a king 10 off onto the gun. I think that might be his favorite hand.
Wow, look at this, Sam. Almost 245 million Korean won. First place prize in the Super High Roller. That's good for 176,000 USD.
That is some take home.
Well, we were talking about trip makers yesterday. You and Steven were discussing what the winner take all prize yesterday, the $17,000 got you. How about 10xing that?
Absolutely.
67 entries, it seems, in the Super High Roller. Quick math there, so maybe a 600,000 USD prize pool. Not too shabby.
Atom Bayu picking up the ace queen off under the gun here. Definitely has some raisin chips here. And this is a very standard open here. What is Muktava thinking about here? The king 5 off in the cutoff. And he is just going to let it go.
About 12-13 minutes from the break here would be the first one. That means we're about 2 hours in. Only 23 hands. That would be very slow for our otherwise very efficient APT dealers, but if you've been along for the ride, you know why that is. The action has just been crazy. So many hands going 3 streets. Multiple bluffs being run. That being said, now that we're still 7-handed, of course, average stacks get a bit shallow. Looking at something like 15 bigs. If the action hasn't been fast enough for you, trust me, it's going to accelerate thanks to those shallower stacks. Tricky situation again with these frequent interlocutors. Ota has the air. Board his ace high once again. Atom Bayo, seat 6. Does have top pair. This time around, I think the c-bet might not get the same resistance as it did when Ota check raised with the king 10. We mentioned the Korea National Cup that wrapped up. Generated 282 million in the prize pool. That's over 200,000 USD. Sam, we were mentioning first place finisher. First live tournament for him. Second place finisher. a familiar face now at the APT. The wild card in the All-Star Showdown, thanks to qualifying over social media. Hao Shanghuang, or Hao Shenhuang maybe,
Yes.
from Taiwan. An ex-Magic the Gathering pro player. How incredible is that?
Wow, what a trip for him, hey?
Yeah, I mean, needless to say, surely his transition to poker is now complete. He'll have a nice little bankroll boost.
Do you think we should pick up Magic the Gathering? Brush up on our poker skills in a unconventional way?
First I need to learn poker, Sam. Then I move on to other card games. People curious in chat about the name of the event, Mazaalai, or Mazaalai perhaps? The name for the national animal of Mongolia, the Gobi bear. Cute looking creature, by the way. I recommend googling it. So Sam, you're from Ottawa, is that correct?
Other side, Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver.
West Coast.
My apologies. And do you know offhand what the population of Vancouver is?
I should know this. I think it's roughly about 1.8 million.
Not too shabby. Now I'm from New Delhi, notorious by the way. Have you heard about what the population of New Delhi is?
I'd say it's slightly more than 1.8 million.
Try over 25.
Over 25? Okay.
One of the most populated cities in the world. Mongolia, well-known country, of course. Rich history, very unique geographical location. Often considered the wedge between China and Russia. 3.3 million in the whole country. 3.3. Despite its size, it's one of the least densely populated countries because of course, the all-famous Gobi Desert. 3.3 million as a suburb in New Delhi. And yet somehow it's managed to produce at least 9. So far, very impressive poker players. Mystery hand, by the way, and we have it all in. Lose open from the cutoff, Toji, having found new chips. Decided to get frisky, and now he's going to have to do some pot odds math. And by the way, it's going to get a bit tricky. 1.3 million to call, 2.8 million in the middle. Live cards would certainly have the right equity from a pot odds perspective. Some ICM to consider. 3.4k USD and the main event ticket up top, and taking that into account, plus the fact that you don't feel good calling off 10 high, I think could make Toji lean towards a fold. I respect the open though. Did not let his relatively short stack get in the way of aiming for some aggression. Was no doubt eyeing the fact that Ota was in the small blind with a short stack and much more likely to fold. And by the way, we can't see Ota's cards, but we're assuming some sort of a premium holding, considering it's a small blind shove.
It may just be King 10 offsuit again.
That's premium for Ota. Does he show? Do we get to know?
No, unfortunately not, but he does take it down.
All right. Sam, I'll put you on the spot. Take one crack at Toji's name.
Lekava Sure and Toji.
Hey, not bad. Chat, what do you think?
How did I do?
All the Mongolians in the chat can let us know. Might be a bit of a language barrier in the chat as well, so why don't you just rate it on 10? Just how did Sam do? Give me a score on 10. We are approaching the first break. You can see on the top right, by the way. Tournament clock just about visible. Next break, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. I suspect the players will be eyeing that timer as well, because it's been a grueling final table so far. First break is a great way to reset. Sneak in some caffeine, perhaps.
Ota gonna raise up the king 8 offsuit on the button here. Try and steal the blinds.
Hey, maybe it's not king 10. Maybe it's any king.
And it's gonna work. Look at this. Only up against 7 deuce in the big blind. Oh, he limped the button.
Well, that's what Dashka loves to see. Free flop with the 7 deuce off in the big. Bit unfortunately, Ota would have gotten it through. 9-3-3 though is pretty favorable, despite the limp. Ota does have position and somewhat the betting lead, considering some small hands could be limped as well, but chooses to check the flop behind and now essentially turns his opponent dead. This would be a bad time for Dashka. Try and take a stab at it. Makes the right decision. It is so tough to be in Dashka's shoes. To be slowly grinded down to under 10 bigs. Without too many eliminations, frankly. Came in second in chips. 4.5 million, I believe, at the time. Bottom of the pack now. 1.8 million in chips, under 10 bigs. Next level will be a big jump. Going from 200k to 250k. Few minutes till the break, as we pointed out, but Dashka might be looking to make some moves before that, considering the big jump incoming. Although merit to maybe taking a bit of a breather, just mentally wanting to survive till the break. What do you think?
I think he'll make it to the break. It's not too much longer. And
oh no, I mean
we'll
in
get a
terms
little
of
reset, I believe.
What would you rather do? Take a spot, knowing that the blinds are going to increase by 25%, or maybe just want to get to the next break?
You know, 11 bigs, I'm happy to survive to the next break. It's not like he's on 1 or 2.
He's in the small though. It's going to be down to about 8.5 or so.
And Mukhtava opened up with 6-4 of hearts under the gun.
Might see himself as sort of potential table captain. Did see Atom Bayo take the lead, but has not really been putting those chips to work. As 32 bigs, see him fold there. Oh, he was almost going to get it through.
Nearly.
10 bigs and ace-king off for Biel Gun. Any other player, we might have predicted a jam, but if you've been observing this table, you know it's impossible to predict anything.
There's the all-in. Mukhtava giving this quite a bit of thought here.
I wouldn't go that far. I think it's Hollywooding.
Maybe he's just waiting for a chip count. If it's under 5 big blinds, he may just go with it.
Maybe. He also does need to preserve his under the gun opening credibility, and maybe he's just looking at the break timer, by the way.
Yeah,
just time this down till the next hand. Some excitement on the outer tables. I suspect, and I am a bit wary making any predictions on this table, but I suspect he's going to find the fold and we're going to hit the break.
Biel giving it a nice little stretch there.
By the way, looking at the pot odds, it's pretty close, Sam.
Just have to do a call 2 mil into a pot of 3.
Getting 3 to 2.
Yep.
Needs about Just about that much. Finds the fold. And with that, we have hit our first break. What an exciting turn of events here. We have Autumn Bayou in the chip lead. Blinds 100k, 200k. Players will come back to 250k. Things should get mighty exciting. Many storylines developing. I'll point out one of them. We had Beal Kong actually make some very, very unorthodox plays. Get kind of rewarded for them. Find the quadruple over the course of 2 hands. Become the chip leader for the moment. And then, of course, find himself middle of the pack. I'll point out another one. Dashka, of course, we saw him come in second in chips. Go up to first in chips on the very first hand with the jacks winning against the aces. And now slowly grind it down to the bottom of the stack. I mean, what a great start to this amazing presence Mongolia is making us feel here at the APT. Your thoughts on the table so far, Sam?
I'm really enjoying this coverage. There are some very cool hands here. A lot of players not afraid to get in the mix. Seeing some very loose opens and some absolutely insane check raises. Crazy to see that fold with the ace-king suited, but there's still a lot to play for, and I'm excited for it.
I can only imagine what the next 2 hours look like, so I'm sure you don't want to go anywhere. We thank you for all the support, by the way, here for this Mazaalai final table at the APT Jeju 2024. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back in about 10 minutes and see you after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Mazaalai Cup final table here at APT Jeju, South Korea 2024. We are coming to you live, bringing what has been an incredible final table so far. So many storylines developing. I'm sure you were here for it. One man who wasn't here in the booth with me is now coming to you live as well. My co-commentator and co-host, Mr. Stephen Lai. How you doing, Stephen? Did you happen to catch any of the action? Because it's been crazy so far.
Yeah, well, I was trying to work out how to say the names, first of all, because they're quite unfamiliar spelling. But the action, of course, was excellent. And I saw the ace-king hand. It was very, very interesting.
Controversial, to say the least. Well, with the names, thankfully, the players guided us. I will help you along there. I mentioned some of the storylines developing. I think I'm looking out most of all for Dashka. Took the lead, very first hand, jacks versus aces. Now has been slowly grinded down to the bottom of the leaderboard. And you know what that does to somebody's psyche? I think it's going to make him a bit too frisky.
Is it going to be like a repeat thing where, you know, yesterday we had kings versus aces, today we have jacks versus aces? Is it like going to be the same way every event coming up?
Well, hand number one is usually now making the highlights, and I hope to say that every event is not as brutal after all the aces lost today. We take a look at the prize distribution here, by the way, $3,500 USD, give or take, to the ultimate winner. We do have 2 eliminations so far. So $700 guaranteed next. But what this doesn't cover is the tickets being given away at every position. Everybody guaranteed a micro main ticket. Number 5 gets the mini main, the National Cup, mystery bounty to number 3. Second place good for the Sunday Super Stack. And of course, as it said on the graphic, first place gets that extra boost of the APT main event ticket. There you have it, the average stack, 3.3 million or so, 17 average big blinds, and we have 7 players remaining. So, should be a fun next couple of hours or so if the first session was anything to go by. Stephen, you mentioned having trouble with the names. Like I said, I will help you along there. The most difficult name perhaps was Doji, and I think it's also been one of the most interesting stories. He was down to, once again, the bottom of the pack, made a nice little recovery. Tough to say who's in pole position here. Of course, Muktava was somebody who was really getting into the action there. We did see him come in with about 3.2 million in chips once again, middle of the pack. Stephen, one of the players is, well, he goes by Dear Me, and I promised Sam I would not... Exactly. I promised Sam I would not abuse the obvious puns there, but I've done it 3 times so far, and I have 2 more to go in terms of permission.
Okay, so we have a quota system now, do we?
And now you have a fresh 5-time quota to abuse.
It's like a time bank, like a shot clock thingy.
Exactly. And that's the player, by the way, seat number 4 goes by Dear Me. Seat number 6, so Atom Bayu.
Atom Bayu? Oh, wow.
Atom Bayu, cool, and the chip leader, by the way. There he is, the man I mentioned right up top, Dashka. He goes by King, Queen off. Nice little hand to look at on the button. Folded to him with just 6 bigs.
It'd be a pretty simple jam, right? Nope.
Well, Steven,
so let's kick off. Let's kick off my co-commentary with you with a bad prediction. How about that?
It's only fair. I know you and I have been through the ringer when it comes to our predictions, but I think on this table, A, we should get a pass, and B, and it's good for the entertainment factor, these players are anything but predictable.
Sounds fun to me. You know, I appreciate the fact that, you know, APT has such a wide range of players playing different styles, and, you know, sometimes they work. And actually, it teaches me a lot about playing MTT. You know, it's not so monotonous.
Absolutely not. Shout out, by the way, to the incredible support we're getting for this event. We had almost 500 viewers on Facebook.
Yeah, have you seen the flop? Have you seen the flop?
Oh, wait just a second. Queen 6-6.
I'm going to make a bold prediction, but I am pretty sure if the button jammed pre-flop, 9-6 would have voted.
I have to say I agree with you. Of course, tough to be results oriented, but Dashka seemed to have angered the poker gods during the break. I mean, he is certainly on the verge of being eliminated here. Needs those two remaining queens to come help him out. I don't see a world where the money does not go in, whether on this street, yeah, or at the next one. I mean, Muktava is trapping. Dashka is probably happy to see this call. Cannot imagine being behind here. Of course, an ace queen would have jammed.
Turn a queen, go on. Nope, not to queen. Drawing very thin, down to 2 outs over 1 card. We're talking about 5% equity. Still, there's no folding. You know, you have top pair, good kicker, 3 big blinds. You know, the SPR is 0 point something. You know, it's less than 1, so there's no getting away from this. And the big blind decides to check again, check that turn, just to make sure he gets maximum value. So, the turn was check, check. In the river came a jack. He's cutting up a stack. Okay, it's either there's something wrong with the graphics, or the button is really tanking here. He's betting 400k, which is just less than half of his stack, leaving him 1 big blind, basically.
Muktava not finding a way to get all of Dashka's chips is arguably a bit of a weak result considering the flop. Can't blame him for how the hand has gone, but can Dashka actually think, considering he was trapping, wow, he just makes the flat call and gives himself a shot to remain in this tournament.
1 big blind with 2 more hands to go before he has to pose this ante. So we are playing a ante first. We're playing a big blind ante format. So if Dash off, if he doesn't kind of gain any chips before he gets to the big blind, he'll be posting the ante. That means he won't be winning anything. He can only win his own ante back, which is always a problem with having 1 big blind left.
At the same time, Steven, let's not forget, I think, if I remember correctly from APT Taipei, since he has 465k, he does get the full credit for being able to double up. He has as much right to the ante and to the rest of the pot that develops. So we did see somebody spin up from, I believe, 1.5 blinds to something like 7 blinds in a hand, if you remember, quadruple up with something very unorthodox.
Yeah.
Chip in a chair, as they say. Anything can still happen.
Correct, but I think he'll much prefer having gained a few chips before the big blind reaches him.
Bit of a pay jump up for offer as well, going from 700 USD to 1,000. So let's not forget, everybody's going to be eyeing that 1 BB stack, making decisions accordingly, and Dear Me has a hand that is way too strong to consider all of that. Ace King off, under the gun.
Very standard open from UTG with Ace King suited. 2 big blinds. People getting away, and the small blind picks up Queen 10 off.
Do you think there's extra incentive to call here, considering seat number 1, Muktava, has his opponent covered, can put ultimate pressure with that 1 big blind stack around?
Definitely, that's a massive ICM consideration here, because, you know, everyone is eyeing on the 1 big blind busting. Wow, that name. help me with that. The one with 11 big blinds, LKHAG. I am struggling with that name. There are too many consonants here.
I will gladly help you with that. He goes by Toji, although I can't say Toji. I did not enjoy you attempting to take a crack at it.
Ooh, Toji is good. I like Toji. You know what? You remember you were sending me the list of players earlier this afternoon, and I had one look at it. I went, "Vida is please help me. The 2 beers you owe me, I'll return them straight to you if you promise you'll help me with the names."
I do owe you 2 beers indeed from our many prop bets. Let's see what we get up to this series. Happy to rack up a debt there and pay it off when we meet in person. Perhaps at the next stop, although that is a bit too far for my liking in terms of seeing you soon, but the next Taipei event has been announced for the APT.
That is going to be in September, I heard.
Indeed, it is. Go to apt.poker, you guys, in case you're curious about any of our events, not to mention the live reporting for this series. So our September event is going to be called the Taipei Poker Classic. What do you think of the naming there? Wonder what's so classic about it. I do like that it sounds like it has a rich history once you say that.
You know, it's well, you're old enough to remember the iPod.
Mm-hmm.
They had iPod Classic when they.
That's right.
You know, etc., etc. And the Macintosh, they had a Mac Classic at some point. You know, just like a well-established, well-loved model of the lineup.
And don't forget Coke. There's classic Coke. The
I
OG.
thought you were going to say something else on a Saturday evening.
How dare you?
Bloody hell, Peter.
Poker is my drug.
Don't forget the Coke. 6-5 off, raising it up to against Dear Me.
Toji
line is
versus Dear Me.
Is very simple fold. I think that one big blind player is really playing on players' mind here.
Absolutely. I was mentioning
Nothing
earlier,
better.
amazing
Sorry,
support for this event, Stephen. I mean, at least in terms of the stream. Almost 500 viewers earlier on Facebook. Understandably dipped during the break, but 350 of you still joining us thanks to the popularity of Facebook and, of course, poker in Mongolia. YouTube as well, as usual. We thank you for being with us and contributing in chat. Some struggle, by the way, for me to translate some of the things in chat, but always fun to see people chatting and commenting. We also have Mongolian commentary for this event. I'll say that at the risk of knowing we might lose a few viewers, but irrespective, we do want people to enjoy the tournament as they like. And also, we do have a Chinese commentary team this time, which has been incredible. I think they've been streaming it to some of the Chinese video platforms. And what do you know, Stephen? You and I are live on that platform at the moment, since they've been actually swapped by the Mongolian team. So hello to any Chinese viewers.
大家好. Here we go. Here we go again. My occasional Mandarin. My Mandarin it's got a little bit better.
Make no mistake, Stephen. I was actually prompting you there, so you know how I enjoy your efforts.
So let's get back to the hand. Hijack opens 2 big blinds and gets a defend from the big blind. Jack 3 suited. Flop comes 7-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. The big blind actually hits middle pair here. I think the ranges are slightly favoring the big blind. But regardless, I think the original racer decides to takes a stab here, a little continuation bet, and big blind decides to jam, put it in, 2.6 million. That is just about 10 big blinds. It's pretty straightforward. Bold, I imagine, but
careful.
Yeah.
I told you
Straightforward.
about predictions on this table. You just never know.
He decides to go on.
Beal, by the way, has had an absolute roller coaster of a journey on this table. Came in as the shortest stack, stayed there for a while. Once he came down to under 10 bigs, found double ups in successive hands, taking him to the top of the leaderboard. As we see here, unfortunately, down to 5 bigs after that fold. Would not count him out based on past precedent. And let's not forget, we still have the 1 big blind stack. Talk about ICM.
Correct. One thing I notice about these players, they like to show 1 card after the hand is done.
If it's the winner, yeah.
Is it like an unspoken rule? Have you figured it out? Have you noticed? Have they been kind of doing it, or is it just a way of saying being polite?
I think it's the latter. Very friendly table. Obviously, all fellow countrymen have traveled far and away to come play here at the APT Mazaalai final table. So they're keeping it friendly, and also, come to think of it, the player in the hand with the Jack-3 there goes by Ota. And before I get too distracted, let me just say he's apparently known as the Grizzly. Has something to do with wrestling, and I think that's his wrestling
Grizzly
name.
Bear?
Exactly. I mean, also his build, as you can see there with seat 5, might have something to do with it. But anyway, he did make a huge bluff. He tried to run a bluff, check raising King 10 off on an ace-high board. Unfortunately, his opponent had ace-jack, but after 2 streets and giving up, did not need to show his hand. His opponent was scooping up the pot and smiled and showed the failed bluff attempt. So I think it's just a friendly thing he likes to do.
Fair enough. I must say, Mongolia is one of the few countries that I actually have a big desire to visit. So maybe one day I'll make my way over there to see. It's got interesting history, I find.
Absolutely. My dad visited it recently, loved it. The capital, I believe, is pronounced Ulaanbaatar. Forgive me if I'm getting that wrong, chat, but certainly was a fan. My dad was a history major in school, so that might have something to do with it. I was telling Sam earlier, by the way, if you had to guess Mongolia's population, I'm sure you have a good sense of their size, knowing how, as you called yourself yesterday, Stephen, you're a Wikipedia, a walking, talking Wikipedia. I'm sure you know it's a relatively big country between China and Russia.
With a very small population. I would say about 5 million.
Hey, nice guess. Even less than that.
4?
3.3. I was joking with Sam. In New Delhi, that's a suburb.
Hong Kong, that's a real estate block.
Exactly.
No, it's not that bad. Yeah, 3.3 million. That's a very tiny. Well, I'm guessing the population density will be similar to Canada, because Canada obviously has a massive landmass. But I think it only has about 25 million people, maybe.
I think you're right. In Canada's case, it's because it's very cold, of course. In the case of Mongolia, we're looking at the Gobi
40
Desert.
million, sorry. 40 million people in Canada. Still, with that landmass, yeah.
3-way here, Stephen, by the way. And every time there's all red cards, makes me want to play prop bets for flops. Guessing it's going to be majority black. Ace-7 diamonds for Ota, seat number 5. Jack-8 suited for Atom Bayu, seat number 6. And Muktava, King-6 suited. Those are the 2 black 10s we were talking about. But also a 6, which means Muktava takes the lead.
Not a big lead. Not a big lead. The equity is actually running only 50% for him.
Yeah, great point. Essentially 4 overcards to that 6. But let's not forget the insane ICM situation. I mean, I'm surprised to even see the hand go multi-way.
Is this man the Grizzly Bear?
That would be seat number 5. Similar names though.
Okay.
Seat 5 goes by Ota. He's the man on the left of the screen right now.
Okay.
Seat number 6 with the, well, let me just say, amazing sleeve of tattoos. Goes by Atom Bayu.
Small Bayou.
Wow.
So he called for the runner flush. And
Interesting
runner.
time to
Oh,
float.
there you go.
The best card in the deck, barring the 8 and the Jack, of course, the 7 of hearts. Every runner just came alive. Look at the equity, Steven.
50-50. So all the jacks, all the 8s, and all the hearts. And all the... No, then that's it.
No, the 9s as well. You're right.
And the 9s as well.
And he's leading. He's donking, which is to say playing out a flow. Check call the flop, leads the turn. And how comfortable is Muktava with his measly bottom pair now? Everything has connected. Any hand that would call the flop would seemingly have him beat right now. Atom Bayo happens to have one of the hands that doesn't, but as we just said, the equities are neck and neck. The stacks are even as well. There's the incredible ICM situation, and he's cut out calling chips. What is going on here, Steven? I told you about the predictability of this table. Here
These
we go.
guys are very brave. Very brave. River's a jack.
Atombayo checks after catching the jack and the check mark. Muktava doesn't have much to think about. Not sure he will want to consider turning his hand into a bluff here. There's no point betting for value.
Yes, no check back. Shows a jack and the bad news.
Atombayo is disgusted. He's doing the math, running the hand back, and realizing he got floated by Jack 8 suited there. And wow, look at the distribution now. Atombayo still 33 bigs, 8.5 million. I think that's the biggest stack anybody's had in the tournament thus far. 4 middle stacks behind him between 10 and 20 bigs, and 2 tiny stacks, 1 and 5 bigs. This is the moment for Atombayo to absolutely become the table captain. He should really be opening extremely wide, trying to pick up those blinds as people wait for the short stacks to bust.
Well, from what I've seen so far, we've only been talking for 20 minutes. Players seem a little bit sticky. So, yes, I agree with you, Vidar, that he should be opening wide and trying to pick up some cheap blinds. But he should be very careful that players will just call, and they will just take a pot shot trying to hit the board, and very quickly you will grind down your own deep stack into something just above average.
Fantastic point there. People getting sticky, which is to say not respecting ICM, so to speak, means you cannot actually try to take advantage of ICM situations. So, have to be careful.
We have an auto all in here. The big blind is auto all in with the blinds having gone up to 300k. So 465, he's going to be allowed to win the ante as well as 165k of the main pot. He's committed only 165k with his big blind. Going down. Oh, he's actually ahead. King high is better than Jack high. So let's have a look. Tournament live at risk. Otto with Dashi, King 3 off versus small blinds Jack 8 off. So let's have a look at the flop now. So I think 165 is more than the small blind. So the small blind will be part of the main pot, plus 5k from the big blind. Flop comes 9, 6, 5, 2 spades. King high still ahead, but there's a gut shot possibility, as well as hitting an 8 or a jack. We seal it. See the turn. Turns a 6 of clubs. Doesn't really do anything. And let's see the river. Only a jack, a 7 or an 8 will eliminate the big blind. Ooh. It's a 7. There you go. That's
You know me,
a
Steven.
unlucky elimination.
I was
Unlucky
rooting for
elimination.
the spin up, of course.
So it looks like he is wearing is a representative of the Mongolian match poker team, it seems.
Ah, okay.
So that's
okay.
another format of poker
I
that's
participated
being
in that.
played. Oh, you played that? Did you?
Yeah, in fact, I represented India in the World Cup, was it? Or it might have been the Asia.
Did you go to Ireland, or did you go to where did you go to play?
Well, I played in my local India event pre-COVID, but unfortunately, that's when COVID hit, so it was played remotely.
Right. Okay.
But it's a really, really fun format. Before we get too deep into that, let's just say GG to the player just getting eliminated. Number 7, good for $700, by the way. Number 6, rather.
It's excellent. It's good. 7th, isn't it?
Indeed, number 7. Yeah. And the next prize, we were talking about the pay jump. $1,000. All eyes, by the way, on the next short stack.
Getting juicy now, $1,000, 4-figure.
Absolutely, and a mini main ticket, by the way. That was the other sort of pay jump. We went from the micro main ticket to player number 7, that's Dashka, to the mini main ticket, which is obviously more valuable. I mentioned all eyes are going to be on the short stack. That was Beal Kong, by the way, seat number 9. I think last we checked, he was down to 5 bigs. Pocket jacks for Toji. Wow, ICM be damned. 11 bigs find themselves into the middle. Can't say I blame him. Chip leader Atumbayo actually has a pretty holding, but this is exactly why you jam. Simply cannot call 11 bigs with Jack 10 suited.
Well, I have to say, jamming pocket jacks with 10 big blinds is always positive EV. May not be the best decision, but it's always going to be positive EV. They seem very happy, huh? Like just having a nice, jolly time at the TV table.
Absolutely, but you know what helps is being the chip leader. I find chip leaders tend to be happier than the average player.
Quite true. Well, I have to tell you, I was very happy a few weeks ago in Taiwan.
Was this at the APT?
Soon after the APT, we had the Hong Kong HKPPA event, Hong Kong HKPPA series in Taipei.
Ah, that's right. You
and
mentioned
I was
you were the chip
I was
leader?
a very happy man. Until the very end.
Oof. So runners up?
Until the very, 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 very end.
Well, GG. Oh, until the very end, as in you shipped it?
As in, yeah, I shipped it.
Hey,
well
well
I
done.
shipped a high roller event in a series organized by myself. So obviously, poker isn't rigged.
Well, how about this flip, by the way? I guess we'll find out how live poker goes. I mentioned all eyes on Beal Kong or Beal Gun on your screen. He does have a fair shot here, King Queen suited versus pocket jacks. Not a bad result at all, by the way, considering he'd put in 40% of his stack blind.
You would not complain picking up King Queen suited with 5 big blinds.
Oof, a jack in the window and a king, which is actually bad news. He'd much rather have seen a 10, 9, or an ace, exactly. 5% equity for that running straight potential, or maybe running full house. A 4, a king, a queen could be interesting.
That's a 9 there.
Never easy.
3 10s.
3 10s need to rescue him, otherwise we lose someone who's been a fascinating presence on this table. A
Not to
3
be.
seals the deal. $1,000 and a ticket to the mini-main event for Beal Kong or Beal Gun. GG.
Congratulations. Oh, so I see they don't really have a stage, huh? It's just flat. There's nothing to jump off.
Yeah, you can't lord over the rest of the field, as sometimes feature tables do. Okay, players getting a bit happy. By the way, the next page jump is uncharacteristically small, $1,100.
Money is money.
Money is money. Hey, from a free roll, by the way, this event.
Oh, is that right? Wow. Well then, it's an infinite gain. So I'm guessing Mongolia has quite a strong poker scene as well with the, the match poker team. I've seen them around, and with this table, I've watched a few of their hands, and they seem to know what they're doing.
I definitely agree. We were a bit confused with the lack of hand and mob results, but of course, not every country participates in hand and mob the same way. And looking at the way these players are proceeding on this table, I think it's fair to say they will have some live results. You can just tell, and it's just the way a single hand is played sometimes. And we've seen some advanced tactics. You and I love discussing underbetting. We've seen some river bluffs, all kinds of tricky maneuvers. Needless to say, I think any of these players would stand a fair shot in any live arena. I think poker is a bit of a gray area in terms of legality in Mongolia, or perhaps a bit worse than a gray area. So I know some of them travel outside to play. Certainly get up to some home games, I'm sure.
I do wonder whether these players play against each other regularly.
Well, small population, one would assume the poker scene.
Long way to travel, though, maybe.
That's true, that's true. I mean, think about the Hong Kong poker scene. Hong Kong is what? Double in population and absolutely dominates the Asia poker scene, so who's to say?
Well, yesterday the All-Star Challenge had 2 Hong Kong players heads up, and it was Danny Tang, the Natural 8 ambassador, who took it home. So congratulations to Danny Tang. Apparently his first ever New Era APT trophy.
Well, look at this, Steven. Ace King v Aces. Atumbayo is the big stack and is easily going to call this one off when shoved. Seat number 5, Ota, the Grizzly. What a favorable situation he finds himself in. They're essentially
He
about...
will be the new chip leader.
Well, exactly. 95% of the time, they're about to swap stacks. Well, we say it's always a sweat. This one's difficult to make a sweat. Let's see what the poker gods bring. 10, 10, 7 is pretty much nothing. Hey, here's an interesting one. Another 10 would make it spicy. Chop outs for the quads.
Like another 2 10s of chop outs, no?
Yeah, well, another 10 would be outs, and 2 10s would make us go wild, of course. Unfortunately, the check mark is given to Ota with the aces.
Nope.
9.5 million now in his stack. A commanding chip lead.
So remember what I said 2 hands ago? Just because you have the chip lead doesn't really mean anything. It's a long way to go. Poker is quite unpredictable sometimes.
We did lose the 2 shortest stacks in 7th and 6th position. 5 players left, all guaranteed $1,100 and the mini-main ticket. There are stacks below 10 bigs, or will be below 10 bigs once they have to post the blinds and antes, so a lot to consider in terms of ICM. As I take another look at Facebook and YouTube, once again the comments keep rolling in. Love to see it. All the support from, I assume, Malaysians in chat. Some of the comments are translated thanks to Facebook. They say, I wish I could be cheering for my world champion Mazaalai in person. Very cool. YouTube as well. Frequent APT viewer and commentator Gilbert is in chat, helping some of the questions out. P-Dragon says, does anyone else hear audio issues? We apologize, P-Dragon. We have been having some issues. We will sort it out as soon as possible. I promise you our team is working on it. We had some of our excellent producers actually try to mess with my own mic. Steven, I assume, is coming loud and clear, so Steven, I think the burden might be on you this time. Exactly.
Well, there you go. So the new chip leader, the grizzly bear himself, he is a big, big lad. The chips, they seem really small.
I was gonna
say
you're
gonna shout out, yeah.
Yeah, no skills, just kills in chat. Interesting name, by the way. Who actually offered some workable solutions to the mic issue. Did say afterwards that it got better as soon as he typed, and he appreciated the stream. Well, we appreciate you, no skills, just skills. And we certainly appreciate you trying to help us out with the audio issues.
And how has the resort been treating you in Jeju? Is it a beautiful venue?
Someone's feeling FOMO, Steven? Sitting in Hong Kong?
Oh, totally. Totally.
It is a gorgeous venue, to say the least. Firstly, Jeju, the island, of course. I know you've been here, apparently winning your first APT trophies here. Is a gorgeous destination to play poker. We're here at Jeju Shinhwa World Resorts, which is actually a collection of, I might not get this precisely right, but let's just say 4 to 5 hotels, an amusement park, an indoor water park, shopping malls, of course, a landing casino, which is where we're at. Amazing cohort of restaurants, I think over 30. So something for everyone. It's like all of Las Vegas in just one property.
Just quickly recap that hand. Hijack opened and got jammed 15 big blinds from the big blind. King queen off. Yeah, it was a good solid 3-bet there, just to take down the dead money.
We had a mystery hand there, by the way. And Steven, as a fellow APT commentator, curious about your thoughts. Do you think we should just enforce a mystery hand once an hour or something like that? Really reduce the commentators down to size, since we speak so confidently when we can actually see the holdings.
So like sweating with someone kind of thing, right? Yeah, that's a good suggestion. We should talk to the team about it. I think that would be fun.
I think it'll be humbling, that's for sure.
I don't think it's any problem for Sam. GTG, ace 5 off. Is ooh, okay. Chip leader decided not to get too frisky. 2-3 off. Surely that's not a frisky hand to play with 9 big blinds. He's going to use up his 30 seconds. Blind versus blind here. King 3 off. 17 big blinds. It's okay to flat here. I don't think I've ever seen these gray and pink chips. Wonder how big they are. Decides to raise a min click to 600,000. Walks into pocket queens. Big blind has pocket queens. Waiting to pull the trigger. And he's going to pretty much going to be 3-bet jamming. And the small blind is going to say, dear me. And folds. All in, and he's asking for a count. He calls off. Wow, okay. King high calls off. Versus pocket queens. So let's have a look at this. Queens versus king 3 off. 70% versus 30%. A clean flop for the, well, cleanish flop. Now he had 3 kings and 4 5s. A total of 7 outs, but 1 5. Oh, bloody hell. A 5 comes in the turn. Oof. Which means that there are going to be 2 3s for chops. Not to be. Wow. Pocket queens got eliminated.
Wow.
Very
you
unfortunate.
lose the player who came in as the chip leader on this final table. Dear me, he goes by. And dear me, what a turn that was.
Got a cool haircut as well. That was devastating. And he takes it pretty well. Walking towards the floor, hoping to play some of the turbo events. What time is it in Jeju right now? It must be midnight by now, right?
Almost exactly midnight. And you were mentioning him playing the turbo events. Yeah, some still on offer if he's willing to late reg, but I should point out he will definitely be playing the mini main event, of course, thanks to winning $1,100 and the mini main ticket. And we're down to 4, by the way, Stephen. $1,200 guaranteed to everyone. Now, a ticket, I believe it says the National Cup, but I think I can safely assume that's going to be the Mystery Bounty since we wrapped up the National Cup. So Mystery Bounty ticket and $1,200. I mean, these prizes rather, are really adding up now. There's a lot at stake all of a sudden. Of course, up top
maybe it's the National Cup. He just gets to play directly against the champion for the trophy.
Heads up for the trophy. That'd be nice. I was about to say 3,500 USD almost. Of course, 1,200 guaranteed right now. So a decent pay jump. And of course, over $2,100 in terms of the main event ticket value to the winner as well.
But I think the pace of the tournament is going to pick up pretty quickly. Blinds are going up thick and fast. So, button 10-8 off. Decides to use one of his time banks. Wearing a cool white socks baseball cap. And a beautiful APT hoodie. One of the new era improvement, I would say. The merchandise has been very excellent. So from the button, Toji decides to call to see the flop. Big blind with queen high. Checks behind. Flop comes 10-7 deuce, 2 diamonds. The limper is way ahead after hitting the top pair. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the APT Jeju stream. This is the Mongolian special event. And we are down to the last 5 players. Bet and the fold. A nice little pickup there. Showing his cards again. Being very friendly. Oh, you hit top pair. My non-existent Mongolian translation there. So now we're running pretty close. The chip leader Toji with 23 big blinds. And the short stack has 7, which is still quite playable. 7 big blinds in this turbo format. I am praying that one of the tournament officials will come over and color up a little bit to make the proceedings a little bit smoother. It's easier for the players and for the dealer. Okay, first to act, UTG, Queen 10 suited with 7 big blinds.
Wow. Pocket kings, too easy. Doji. Let's just get to it, buddy. No need to net roll this one. So rough for Muktava.
That is bad timing.
Can't say I love the excruciating way Doji is putting his chips into the middle. Does sometimes beget bad karma. Makes for entertainment if he's doing this on purpose, though. I'll grant him that.
Well, you know, he is at the cutoff position. There are still players behind him. So he might be considering whether to min click, just raise it up to isolate, or simply flatten it.
That's a fair point. You know, I think in my head it was very automatic to isolate because of course you have pocket kings, you don't want to let in sort of a weak ace or something like that, but it is a decision. Let's not be too cynical.
And you know, who doesn't want a double knockout?
Atambayo lets it go, so we have pocket kings versus queen 10 suited. 5.5 to 1 dog. Muktava.
Not happy with that.
Knows he's run into it. I have a bit of an interesting insight into this final table. I'll just get to that in a moment as we head to the flop. All black and ace high. Kings has a lock in his hand. We're going to say GG to Muktava in this one. $1,200 and a ticket to the mystery bounty. That wraps it up.
That is definitely GG now.
Smiles and handshakes, much respect to the way each of the players at the final table have taken their bust outs, good spirit of sportsmanship. We actually followed them to the cashier. And then there were 3. Let's see. We have, of course, C5 was by Ota. That's second player on the list. 20 bigs for him. Toji, 33 bigs. 14 million in chips has the remaining players covered. 9 bigs for Atambayo. So Steven, I was saying I have a bit of insight to how the rest of the table might go. Given that this is a unique event, we have what I might call a bit of a forcing function in the structure. You observe the blinds at 200k, 400k. Next level, 300k, 600k, 50% increase. The level after that, 600k, 1200k, 100% increase. Fair to say things are going to be ramping up.
So we're talking not Mongolia, but Zimbabwe here.
That's a deep economic joke. I like it.
Trust me, eh?
I think these days the current example is the Turkish lira, maybe in terms of currency devaluation. In
True.
case anybody was lost at Steven's financial reference.
Well, Zimbabwe had the famous $1 trillion note, didn't they?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, so I think that's the most famous hyperinflation economy in history.
I know a Bitcoin holder when I talk to one.
Back to the hand. King 5 suited. Fold and a fold. Oh, so that's a walk. Okay. There you go. Toji is having a pretty comfortable chip lead, covering the table. So 34 big blinds, and the rest of the table has 28 big blinds combined. So even if he doesn't gain another chip before heads up, he'll still be chip leading heads up.
Bit of a pay jump, by the way.
Yes.
$300 pay jump. Of course, we mentioned the mystery bounty ticket, likely to remain the same for 4th and 3rd place. But things are getting serious now that we're down to 3. $1,800 to the next player, but a Sunday Super Stack ticket. So there's an effective pay jump in the ticket, and of course 3,400 I should say, USD. And the main event ticket is almost 5,500 in terms of value in USD for the first place finisher.
Sunday Super Stacks are always very popular in any APT series. So, you know, if you're in Jeju or if you're flying into Jeju as we speak, make sure you don't miss that tomorrow on, guess what, Sunday.
Shout out once again to everybody watching on Facebook and YouTube. Facebook, of course, being popular in Mongolia, has almost 400 viewers live. More than that on the Mongolian stream, by the way. I remain a bit frustrated at the chat because I'm unable to understand most of it. And I think the Facebook translation goes only so far. I'll give you an example, Stephen. Somebody in chat says, well, they say a name, and it says that name will win, no other discussion. But unfortunately, I don't know what name that's referring to.
Did you not pay attention at school, Vidar?
Yeah, I missed the lesson with
the Mongolian class.
The Mongolian names. Absolutely the most difficult name to pronounce straight up, but once again, shout out to the players who helped us out. You know the other thing, Stephen.
I showed the name. Sorry, I showed the names to Rachel, my wife, and she said, "Are these Russians?" I said, "I'm not sure."
That might be politically charged. I wouldn't venture a guess as to
Exactly.
the geopolitics of the region.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Well, here's the next level of confusion, Stephen.
Please.
I actually clicked on the profile that somebody had mentioned in the chat about who will win. But because we have masks on the table, I can't tell who that is. So, one of the more interesting final tables as a commentator, but certainly one of the more entertaining ones. And as you well know, I'm not just saying that. I mean, the action has been wild on this table.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, we think back to the very first hand, Jacks versus Aces. I think it just set the tone. People have not looked back. And you mentioned how you have to be ICM wary on this table because, after all, people were not worried about ICM and pay ladders. They were clearly going for first, the glory. We've been mentioning the main event ticket, but let's not forget the APT trophy up for grabs as well.
By the way, 30 big blinds decide to jam from the button with Queen Jack suited here.
Graphic says raise.
Oh, but I saw the all-in button.
I think
okay.
you might be right.
It's a raise.
We'll have to get back once the action or the camera goes back around to it. King Jack off is a decision irrespective. With 18 bigs, could fold to a jam. But if it's just a raise, could have 3-bet as well.
But it's a 3x race to 1.2 million, if the graphics is correct.
I think
That's
it
a
is
big
correct. Ota.
As James would say, it's a chunky race.
A chunky raise. Ota calls the chunky raise. That's seat number 5 on the left of the screen. Goes by the Grizzly, apparently. Look at this. Atem Bayo. 6-4 suited. Why not? Decides to let go of all this change. Look
Now
at the
it's down
equities.
to 9 big blinds. Like
Yeah,
SPR disaster here, slightly, I find.
Yeah, I mean, are you really that comfortable flopping a 6 or a 4? But, you know, suited connectors, 1-gappers, always tempting. Multi-way pot. Would love to just smash the board. Ace right in the window. Might put a dampener on the potential action. The man with the betting lead and all the chips, Toji, certainly has the advantage. Betting lead, button, big stack. This is his spot for the taking. If he can just pull the trigger.
I was half expecting one of the blinds to top and go here. Just repping the ace and just puts it in. But nope. Both decided to check. Leaving the button, Toji, the chip leader, to put in a C-bet.
Tough to rep the ace
downsizing
with 2 of them
500K.
out there. Well, Stephen, we certainly have some support for Ota in the chat, considering Tomor Bata has has typed KKK maybe 50 times. Ota is second in chips, 15 bigs. Toji has his opponents covered multiple times over.
KKK.
Well, you might want to add one more K there. KKK has some negative connotations.
K. Sorry.
There we go.
I think my mic just went off.
Well, Stephen, I mentioned what I was calling the forcing function. The blinds are going to go up to 600,000 in the next level and 1.2 million on the level after that. Seems appropriate considering we're down to the final 3. Of course, we have 1 stack below 10 bigs, but it's not exactly the kind of structure that's going to have a big grind 3-way or heads up. So, to the 400 of you on Facebook, over 100 of you on YouTube, I think you know what's coming. Some wheeling and dealing and splashy pots.
By the way, how quickly do blinds go up here?
20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay. Because, you know, this last few hands is going to be very important because the blinds are going to jump super fast after this. It's going to be 300, 600, and then 600, 1200.
A disappointing queen 6 off for Atem Bayo. He should still try and find the jam. Of course, it's theoretically correct. There's antes in the mix. He'd be betting into the chip leader. Queen high is just good enough at this stack depth. Uses a time bank first. Not one move you see all the time from the small blind. Usually people either get it in or don't. Does find the jam.
No, he's jamming. Good timing here.
This is why you jam. Your opponent can wake up with 8 deuce off, no matter how many chips they have. Cannot make the call.
But just as a question, would racing 4 big blinds, leaving 4 big blinds behind, do the same job? Anyway, we have the blinds have gone up.
Indeed.
It's now. That's I don't think that's correct.
The average bigs?
No, it says 600,000, 1.2 million. I don't think that's correct.
Ah, that's right. The reading is off by 10, so it should be 600.
Okay. 6 by 12. 612. Okay.
No, that would be the next
So
level.
60,000.
300, 600 is the level.
Right. One thing I find all the credit to the design and production team is the LED wall behind the players is always showing like just interesting enough graphics moving around, keeping the stream interesting. It's not distracting, but it's just something cool, and it's always representing. It always has something to do with the locale of the series. So this time there will be statues, famous Jeju statues that look like mushrooms. The little mushroom statues in Jeju. Have you seen any of the mushroom statues on Jeju Island yet, Vida?
Not yet, actually. I think this resort itself is so big, I'm yet to explore most of it, but I'm sure I'll come across them.
Okay. Well, you will see them, and you know why I call them mushrooms instead of what they really are.
Okay, noted.
They are everywhere in Jeju.
By the way, Cobain in YouTube chat saying, who's from India? Well, Cobain, I am. I might be one of the few Indians here, considering Korea a tad too far for some of the Indian poker pros to come down. And then Cobain also says, hey, my man, Stephen.
Hey, Cobain. That's the man who was leaving comments during the Taipei series when I was making Nirvana lyrics references to him.
Ah, of course.
The infamous heart-shaped flop comment was directed at Cobain. Good evening, Cobain. How's Tai Chung treating you? Welcome to the stream.
So, Stephen, just to correct myself, I think there might have been some confusion about the blinds, because the players were asking as well. But it seems like...
It is 600k, 1.2 million.
Yeah, it is 600k, 1.2 million. You asked about levels. We had 20-minute levels. It seems like we might have skipped a level.
Maybe 2.
Was supposed to go 200, 400, 300, 600. Of course, the structure would be available on the website in case you want to check it out. As it happens, you can see 1.2 million to call for the bucket, which means the blind levels are indeed 600, 1.2.
So all of a sudden, we have 2 players with 3 big blinds. Ace high needs to call. And we are off to the races. 9 deuce off versus ace 7 off. Pretty much a 6-4 situation here. Of course, the ace is ahead right now, but you know, all the 9s are clean, all the deuces are clean. Sticks clean out. And that's a 9 with the hard draw to boot. Oh, sometimes when you get lucky, you get lucky. Turn comes a 4. So we're down to the 2 aces. That is not a heart, ace of hearts. Ace of clubs or ace of diamond. And not to be. Another elimination. So we are heads up. Yoji versus a grizzly bear. So they're going to say, they're going to say they're going to go into heads up and they're going to set up the table So Vidar, who do you fancy winning this heads-up match?
Well, needless to say, the person with the chip lead, Toji, would have the advantage.
But that is a very conservative guess. Why don't you stick your neck out a little bit more?
Well, in that case, the Grizzly.
Yay!
Yeah, it's going to be a battle. The players can choose, by the way, to sort of set up for heads up and sit opposite each other. They can also just choose to continue. And it seems like the players have leaned towards just continuing. Why not? They're in the flow. The clock, of course, is paused, so it doesn't really affect the blind level, but with the blinds being so high, they might just want to get this over with. There are the payouts, $1,500 going to seat number 6, Atom Bayo. Of course, walks away with a Mystery Bounty ticket as well, so we'll see him in the mix tomorrow when we kick off the incredible Mystery Bounty event. Always a fan favorite. $1,800 USD locked up by these two players, but almost $3,400 to the first place finish. So we have a $1,600 heads up, not to mention the APT main event ticket instead of the Sunday Super Stack ticket for second place.
Very, very juicy prize pool here, considering these players got onto this final table free of charge. So every pay jump is an infinite increase in the ROI.
Good deal.
And of course, you know, like, as I'm purely guessing, but as a Mongolian citizen and as a Mongolian, you know, maybe Jeju was not going to be on your list of places to visit. So this is the perfect opportunity to come see this beautiful place, visiting this beautiful casino, playing the APT series, which is an experience you would never forget.
Could not agree more. Jeju was not on my list of places to visit until, of course, I had the good fortune of being invited here by the Asian Poker Tour. And what's really cool is, Stephen, that it's visa-free for many countries such as India. And even if you don't need, even if you're not visa-free, rather, it's actually sort of, it's called the KETA, a travel authorization. Sort of like a much easier online visa for, I think, like 100 countries out there. So amazing destination to try and come down to.
And this week coming up as well, the first week of May is the Golden Week in mainland China. So we are expecting, you know, a bit of a contingents from mainland China to visit Jeju Island to play this amazing APT series, which is going from strength to strength. You know, I still remember not so long ago when the APT was relaunched in Taipei, and now is a household name in Asia.
Well, you've seen the APT for what, almost a decade, and now you've seen the new era.
Over a decade.
Over a decade, wow. But the new era, I mean, at least once I got involved, we had already reached the new era, and to see it go from strength to strength, as you said, obviously that can be represented by the number of entries, the kind of guarantees that are on offer, and constantly beat. By the way, you know me, Stephen, I love pointing to the number of events because, of course, we have some incredible mixed game events, fun events. I just think about it not just as a commentator, but a player. If I go to a festival, if I'm making the trip, you know, paying for a hotel, carving out the time, maybe if I'm not a pro, missing out on some days of work, that's what I want. I want the option to go from tournament to tournament, to always have a fun event to jump into, and of course, some incredible prize pools and a diversity of players to play against as well, all adding to the experience of this amazing Asian Poker Tour stop here at Jeju.
So I just cannot believe how well attended, you know, every series has been for the past, you know, year and a bit. You know, since Taipei, we had Incheon, we had Hanoi, we had another Taipei event, and, you know, Da Nang as well. With every series breaking record after record.
Yeah, constantly getting over 1,000 entries for the main event. As I suspect we might just for this one as well. 2 billion Korean won, I believe, is the guarantee for the main event. That's about 1.4 million USD. That's for the main event alone. So, should be an amazing one. In case you're out there listening, maybe considering coming down, maybe undecided about what you're doing next weekend, I highly recommend checking out our schedule. Just go to apt.poker. As we are back to the action for heads up. In fact, we seem to have played a hand already in the short stack. Seems to have picked up a few chips. Stacks converging now. Toji with 12 bigs. Ota with 8. The players, as you can see, chose not to move their seats. So we have the APT Lion Trophy in the middle of them. It's almost like it's sitting on seat 4. The big blind ante is still in play, by the way. Always tricky heads up and extra tricky when the stacks are as shallow as this. 12 bigs and 8 bigs is the battle. Pardon the music,
So here
by
we
the
go.
way.
Yes.
I was just about to say, informed by the producers, our lovely stream team as always keeping us posted. Slight issue with the table ambient noise, but it will be back in just a moment so you can hear what these players might be chatting about. Look at this, King 7 suited and the Jack 10.
Oh, money's gone in already.
Indeed, it has.
So we are looking at a 2-1 lead, and it could flip over. If a jack or a 10 appears. Nothing yet. 6-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Not of no help to either player. King high still good.
Toji needing to dodge 6 outs or he's won it. Comes down to the final card.
This is going to be it. And the jack.
Ooh. That is brutal. On the river, no less. Toji could almost taste it. The victory, that trophy right next to him. The jack crushing his dreams, at least for now. He's down to 5 bigs. 3-1 chip lead for Ota. Takes a heavy sigh of relief. Who can blame him? Poker can be rough.
Poker is rough. Wow, now we have a 3-1 chip lead from the chip leader. Grizzly with a 3-1 chip lead versus Toji.
Toji needs to just get his head back into the game. He's going to have relatively simplistic decisions to make, all in or fold most likely, but needs to make sure does not let it get to him, does not let it rattle him. 3-1 is easy to overcome in heads up after all, as you like to point out, Steven. 1 all in and you're back to even.
And I have a comment on YouTube from Josh. He asks, how do you enter? Just show up with cash or pre-register anywhere? Answer, very simple. Just show up with cash, or there are other modes of payment you can use, but cash would be the safest. Show up, land in casino in Jeju, and I'm sure the ever welcoming staff will be at hand to assist you. So book your ticket, go to Jeju, one of the beautiful hotels, and go and play this amazing APT series.
Back to the action. Ota on the button, can jam pretty much I mean, even Jack High is probably a decent jam there. And Queen 4 off for the big blind, who's had to put in 40% of his stack without looking at his cards. Might be committed. Oh, it goes limp, jam, fold. Ota might have had
How
a very
interesting.
poor holding to limp there and fold to the jam, but what a great outcome for Toji. 14 bigs to 6 bigs, the gap slowly beginning to narrow. Bit ominous without the table noise, isn't it, Steven? And it's back right as I say it.
Becomes a very library like, oh, the ambient noise is back on. Good.
I'm glad to hear that. We might be approaching the final moments. I mean, considering the stacks, 14 bigs, 6 bigs, blinds so high, jamming is very likely. 20-minute levels, by the way. The next level would be 800k, 1.6 million. Further forcing the affairs to the extent. The match is still on. Ota, in the big blind, has put in 2 of his 14 bigs. Will certainly be looking to defend. And look at this, Doji finds a monster holding heads up. King, queen off, easy jam. It's just never easy, is it? Never easy, is it?
Well, it's an easy jam, but it's never easy.
He does want to think about it. Would be putting his life at risk once again.
All in and ooh, gets a fold.
There we go, 12 bigs to 8. Not much difference there. Actually,
Getting close.
Yeah, basically the reverse situation from where we started heads up, so needless to say, anything can still happen. We finally have it comment in English, by the way, on the Facebook stream. Mongolian guys, super aggressive and good players.
Yes. And Lee Chung-feng, yes, we are aware of the audio issue, and we are trying to fix it. By the time we get to well, tomorrow, I'm sure the team will be hard at work fixing all the issues, ironing out all the teething problems. Please understand that this is a traveling circuits almost. We are moving equipment from series after series, going to different places, and it's forgivable that there will be some teething issues, but we have an amazing team that will get involved. Back to the action. New dealer. So we are having 2 stacks that are very, very closely matched. It would take one setup hand to end this heads-up match. Grizzly Bear, as he's affectionately known, is having the smallest chip lead at the moment. Toji doesn't seem like he is giving up anytime soon. So let's see how it plays out. So new dealer is going through the motion, getting all the cards sorted out, shuffled. This new APT logo is really striking. Looks fantastic on a black T-shirt.
More stories live. Check it out.
Very, very nice. So, Snap fold, 5 juice suited. Could be a limp, but nope. We are talking about a 14 million versus 11 million stacks here. Literally, it would take one hand to completely, well, for one guy to win the whole thing, or for the situation to be completely flipped over. So stay tuned. We are going to be witnessing a champion. I predict maybe within the next 5 hands. How about that? With the next 5 hands, it will end within 5 hands. What do you think?
I'm not betting with you, that's for sure. I owe you too many beers already. But certainly, given how heads up tends to go, I would say.
But with the stack size being very close and very shallow as well.
And these players willing to get it in. I think you're a favorite there.
Well, you can say 3.
Steven. Always trying to hustle me.
You are older and wiser.
Well, 7-6 off and 7 deuce off is not going to get it done, so on to the next one.
So, by the way, the chip leadership, is that such a word? I think I made that up in typing. The chip leadership is actually swapped now. Toji is now the chip leader.
That's so true, and he's done it the hard way. Grinded up from 5 bigs, back up to 11. This is truly anybody's game, to state the obvious. Even stacks heads up. Certainly not a skill difference to be found between the two of them. Might just come down to the cards, as low stack heads up sometimes does.
Well, I think if we see a queen or better, the chips are going in. Oh, there's a queen.
And there's
two of
better.
them. I swear to God, I didn't know. I was not tip-top.
Well, how about 2 hands to wrap it up? The queens will call and be a 94% favorite to end it.
I like the way he went fiercely with his queen high. And he is staring at the very bad news of pocket queens. So here we go. 95% chance Toji will be the champion of this event. That's never easy. Flop comes 10-8-6, which gives Grizzly Bear the gut shot 4 outs. So from 3 outs, or from no outs, now 3 outs. 4 outs. Still the same 4 outs. Any 9 will do it. And let's see the river. Not a 9. Congratulations to Toji from Mongolia. He is the champion of this event. Worthy champion, would you say, Vido?
Absolutely. What a great run he's had. Coming in, let me just take a quick look. I believe he would have been maybe 3rd from the bottom in chips, maybe 2nd from the bottom. 9-handed table. Slowly inched his way up the leaderboard. Coming into heads up with the overwhelming chip lead. Losing it. And then clawing his way back to victory. GG, sir. And GG, of course, is the 2nd place finisher. Ota walking away with $1,800.
And Toji is the Mazaalai Cup champion. Oh, look at that. Kelvin is multitasking here.
How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. Are you feeling good? Good, happy? Good, happy. I'm so
Excited. Oh, so he's very excited. So today is your first day in APT Jeju? Today. So tomorrow and in the future, what event are you joining any other events?
I think I go to the main event and mini macro. So many.
All right. So all the best to you. Hopefully you can get more trophies in APT Jeju. Yep. So all the best. All the best.
That was an excellent win, and he's clearly very excited of winning the Mazaalai Cup. Is it the first ever Mazaalai Cup?
Indeed.
Okay, so there it is. And Toji from Mongolia, the first ever winner of the Mazaalai Cup. Congratulations to him. And he will be winning, he'll be taking home the main event ticket plus $1,300 US. Is that correct?
Oh, 3,400 actually. Not too shabby from a free roll.
3,400.
And look at that, he's setting up for his own winner's photo. That's what I like to see. This unbridled enthusiasm Toji clearly has for the game. Super excited for his win as his friends join him for what's going to be a fun winner's photo. The way he lifted the trophy, if that's any indication, that means this is going to be an exciting one for him to take home in terms of the photo. As the chat goes wild, by the way. Come on in, mister. On the left, that's, of course, Mugdava, who was, I believe...
One thing that I often pay attention to, which I shouldn't do, is when I have like a massive chip lead and I'm about to win a tournament, I would choose a nice combo for the photos.
Oh, okay.
That's
well,
quite
House Pocket
embarrassing, really.
Queens. Two red
That's
queens.
a beautiful combo. That's a beautiful combo. It's either a very junky combo or a very beautiful combo. Oh, recapping the payout, $3,373 plus an APT Jeju main event ticket. That's a huge pay jump of almost 1,500 here. And then unlucky, the heads up loser here, Grizzly Bear, I call him, takes home $1,834 plus a mystery bounty ticket. Is that correct?
Sunday Super Stack, in fact. Even better.
Sunday Super Stack, even better. And then the rest are well awarded. So I had a very good time watching this stream, and it was very interesting to see different styles of poker being played. How about you, Vidar? How do you feel about the stream?
Well, the stream has set a high benchmark for this festival already. Extremely entertaining, roller coaster ride, everything you want from a poker stream, really. Lots of characters, and what I'm looking forward to is seeing this set of what I found to be incredible players in other APT events here at Jeju.
I'll sure remember Grizzly Bear and Toji when I see them in other events, and I will say I saw him, I don't know, stacking up with Jack 10 off. So why isn't he doing it now?
Yeah, I think I remember a whole host of these players for a long time to come for exactly the reason I mentioned. Incredible poker, incredible presence felt here by not just the players, but Mongolia making their presence known thanks to this Mazaalai Cup, the debut Mazaalai Cup, winning, of course, Toji, $3,400, APT main event. We look forward to tracking his journey, and we thank you all for joining us for this incredible final table. A lot of you on Facebook, by the way, thanks to the popularity in Mongolia. We love you for hitting the like button. Hit subscribe on your way out so you can follow other APT events. On behalf of Stephen Lai, my name is Vidar Singhal, and for Sam and Soul earlier on in the booth, we wish you a good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I feel so low. I'm not myself. Heart overhead, and I guess love to watch the way you made me into a mess. Hands on my dress, neon red. You were everything I didn't need until you left. Now I'm dancing around my living room. I get drunk on the thought of you and I, when you were mine. See your eyes in every stranger. I replay the way that we were till I'm high. No, it's not right. I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I know you're gone, and you probably just forgot me, yeah, you're moving on. But I can't let go, 'cause I'm still sleeping with the moments, lying with your ghost. Now I'm dancing around my living room. I get drunk on the thought of you and you're not mine. But I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. Heart overhead, and I guess I love to watch the way you make me into a mess.